and wait
Always
out.
getting the bag.
Yes, I had to wait out the whole rain. But unfortunately, I mean, whenever it rains in Lagos City, what comes afterwards?
It's a whole
Traffic.
lot of things.
And so, which makes me wonder, when are we going to get our drainage system right? Yes, we have drainage system that works, but can we do follow up? I mean, those who are responsible for these things. I mean,
I thought
lawman,
you're
everybody.
always on their side.
Well, I mean, I will be on the side when they do the right thing. But when they do things that kind of causes more pain to the metropolis and those who live in the state, we'll talk about it. To clean the drainages simply means one thing: make sure Loma is at the peak of their delivery, at peak of their work. That's just what we need.
And also the human factor, we should do,
Stop throwing things
our
in
own.
the gutter.
Yes. Anyways, still the breakfast show. We have enough packed for you this morning. We're going to start off with the banter, and after the banter, we'll check out what the dailies are saying. That's the newspaper review. And by 9 a.m., the business morning. By 10 a.m., we have the big story. And also by 10:30, we have the social listening with myself and Onyeka Valentine. But before we get right into it, let's take a look at what the headlines are saying in the world of business. And we have Nigeria imposes 10% withholding tax on interest on short-term securities. Federation transfer to states increased by 110.74% to 11.38 trillion naira in 2024, and that's coming from CBN. Man projects economy to grow 4% by 2026. And finally, Ghana, Malawi deepen ties with fresh push for visa-free travel. Interesting headlines we have here this morning, and I can't wait to hear your thoughts. Well, let's take a look at the first one. Nigeria imposing 10% withholding tax on interest on short-term securities. Don't you think this will actually push short-term investors away? And what do you think about this?
So, the adverse effect is going to be a barrage of, happenings. I use that word. But let's first and foremost understand, when they say WHT, which is withholding tax, what we are looking at, what that means is that if, for instance, you patronize a company, apart from the fact that they're telling you you are, you still pay your tax after that separately, as you get to patronize the company, there is a 10% that they'll withhold. So even, for instance, maybe you're doing business with a particular company and they have to pay you, they withhold that. So there's a withhold, tax 10%, so that you can finally remit that to FIRS, remit that to maybe IRS and back to the government, as the case may be. But the question now is and at least now we understand what it is. So the question now is, why 10%?
Yeah.
Is this void from the other percentage that we will still pay
out
in January?
Yeah.
So if it is a separate tax, then allow me to say, wow, we are in for a shocker come next year. However, will Nigerians survive it? Will this, or better still, how will this affect cost of living? Most definitely, things will cost even more than it is already. Will we be able to say, can we mitigate some other issues that might be, an adverse effect? It all depends on the person. It all depends on who you're partnering with. It all depends on the kind of business that you do. But at the end of the day, it boils down to one thing, that somebody will pay the bulk of it. It's either services will be, will not meet its mark because companies want to cut corners to survive. Individuals who want to cut corners to survive. And when regulatory bodies come up with different ideas and the government backs them up and say, look, we are imposing this is now a must do. If the economy itself is not favorable, there's a big tendency that people won't find a way to circumvent it. And in trying to circumvent it will mean a whole lot, which boils down to one thing, which is corruption. Would we see this thing only at the bottom? No, it probably will also apply to the top. All in all, we want to see that this money is with the S. If the tax system, whether it is the one that's withheld or the one that you pay premium, if all this is channeled properly and FIRS do their job very well. LRS do their job very well, and every other revenue collection agency do their job very well. Look, we don't mind paying this tax. Let the money be used for what is meant for. Repair our roads. Let FAAC, which is FAC, be able to say, we've collected this amount of money and we're reimbursing to the state in return to make sure the country is safe, based on security, based on healthcare. We don't want to see our doctors go on strike back and forth. We want to see that our roads, before it becomes from pothole to a crater, let us nip it in the bud.
But some people are arguing that this move is actually a way for the government to boost non-oil income. Do you agree with that?
In fact, I agree with you. When people say the oil income needs to be boosted, but in which area? Oil sector is a big industry. In which area? Are we looking at the environment where the oil is taken out from, or are we looking at end product? Are we looking at the case where the byproduct of this petroleum, whether it is fuel, it is CNG, gas, which area are they looking at boosting? What matters the most is that if the money gets to them, can we not see the money lose weight as it gets to this destination? Right? Can we not see it begin to, cut down the cost of corruption? I think corruption is a greater killer than it is than even HIV and AIDS put together. It's a fact. So for what it's worth, I think that, look, the money will go a long way to help develop that oil sector, like rightly said, and then if there's more left, other sectors. However, if we don't have adequate security personnel on ground, if we don't have well-trained, that's the word, well-trained personnel on ground, well-paid, right? Also well-equipped, there is a big issue. Why? Because the things that you spend money to put in place, the equipment, right? All that pipes and everything, if not well guarded, we vandalized, or even worse, right? We broken, and then oil will be stolen from it, leading to we losing revenue. So there's a whole lot. Our 7-point agenda for next year, this part where I will probably beg the president to look into security. We're broadcasters. We want to be able to say we're coming to work. We're not worried about someone laying ambush, and jumping into your vehicle and all that stuff.
And I must give it to BusinessDay. When it comes to this tax thing, a lot of people don't really understand. There are lots of misconception, lots of confusion when it comes to the tax. I must give it to them for wanting to educate people.
Right.
Something big is coming on wanting to educate people on tax, on what it really means, and how they can even calculate their tax without having to feel that the government is actually
ripping them off.
Because it's a lot.
It's a lot.
There's 10% now in January. What are we going to expect? Because even myself, I can't wait to see
what's going to happen.
What's going to happen?
You get an alert and realize there's a huge cut from the money. These are the things that worry any person.
Yeah, so I would say people should keep it locked in on BusinessDay so they can have an idea of how their monies are being used. But having said that, let's move to the second headline that we have today, and it reads: Federation transfers to states increases by 110.74% to 11.38 trillion in 2024, and that's coming from the CBN. This is a good move, if you ask me. This is actually progress. But what do you think about it?
So again, interestingly, whenever I hear CBN in the news, one thing comes to mind.
What's that?
They are the apex bank, yes, but can we see that as they make decisions that are also made that affects them? Can we see more of transparency in everything that we look at? Can we see that if they are pushing for different aspects to be either improved or looked into, or they come with different ideas that can enable us be a better country? Can we see transparency? Can they work hand in hand with SERAP? I understand that the financial sector has some level of, is shrouded with secrecy for obvious reasons.
How much transparency do you want to have?
Good.
You want them to have?
This is a great question. We want a case where we'll have not just quarterly review, but have what we call, again, lack of a better term, let's have some kind of town hall gathering and say, look, this is where we are as Apex Bank. This is why some banks have to be relegated. This is why some banks will have to merge with other banks. This is what we think that new banks will need to come on board. create room for young entrepreneurs who want to get into banking to begin to see, look, this is a viable place to get into, and in return help the GDP. Let's remove that idea of cabal. Let's move that idea of bottlenecks. The bottleneck in the financial industry is too much. We've done our research. We've realized that, look, you realize all of a sudden a bank is doing very well, then for no good reason you hear they're liquidating and they want to merge. So what happens to all those people who are partners, who are partnership with them? What happens to those who have the money in those banks? Yes, one way or the other, you get some form of, want to call it compensation, but whatever it is, I don't know how that area works. But I'm more, I won't use the word inclined, I'm more worried to know if these decisions are made around the CBN, whether they're the ones making it or the federal government is the one making those decisions, but they affect CBN, which in return are people who look up to when it comes to managing our funds. Let the common man breathe. And that for us is the final word. If that can happen, if we can see for what is worth, CBN is also talking to those who manufacturers, talking to those who are entrepreneurs, saying, look, let us begin to produce what we eat and eat what we produce what we use and use what we produce. Let Nigeria be able to, look, those in the north are doing business with people in the south area. South are doing business with the north. Money is being generated and tax is being remitted to the government. Things are working well. That's the economy. Nobody's holding on to cash for too long. When you hold on to stack of cash for too long, hence the word money what? Laundry. So let's be able to diversify, let the economy run around so that we can beat that thing and say, look, for what is worth, we beat our chest. No longer 1,000 plus to $1.
Yeah. Right. Well, why I said this is actually good. I understand your part of transparency, because if these monies are allocated, you need to have a breakdown of how the money is coming in and how it's going out. But if this is real, like they've said, we just have to take their word for it. It would actually give the states the opportunity to use the allocation given to them to put into areas that they're lacking. That's okay. We spoke about it yesterday. They increasing the amount remitted to states. So if this
and that is fact, right?
Yeah, that's fact.
FAAC.
Yes. So if this is actually really, really true, it's a good opportunity for states to actually invest the money back into the states. I'm talking about the healthcare.
Most definitely.
Most healthcare in the states, nothing to write home about. Should we talk about the educational system? Nothing to write home about. So if this money is actually put into, it's not about numbers. Because I get why the OCBN thing, it's always numbers, and we don't see where these numbers are going into. So let's just hope that, it will be used for the right purpose. Let's take a look at the third headline for today, and it reads, Man projects economy to grow by 4% by 2026. Valentine Oeka, do you agree with this?
So, again, anyone, I don't want to use any vulgar word, but anyone from anywhere can wake up in the morning and say, we project that so thing will happen.
But they are the manufacturers. Don't you think, they can actually project?
It's good that they are seen as the manufacturers. The question is that, are they actually manufacturing? It's a very big question.
I think
so. As MAN, Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, right? However you want to term that they are, as MAN, of course. The question now is, look, they are the ones who regulate these manufacturers. They are the ones who say, look, let's make sure you are manufacturing something that is up to standard. And if it's not, we'll call in SON, with the standard organization of Nigeria, to come and look into what you're doing. So they're working hand in hand. I'll give it to them for being able to make sure that even when manufacturers don't have enough funds, they can help them to solicit for funds, to make sure we are a manufacturing nation. Kudos, MAN. However, the question now is that, yes, can we see that as you have projected this, can we have more symposiums? Can we have more conferences? Can we see that you actually want young people to come on board to become manufacturers? Can we have representative of MAN going to all those conferences that would talk about young entrepreneurs wanting to get into production? Can we see them saying, look, every year, since they projected, because this is to talk about, we'll project this, that. You see? Now, what are the moves to make it happen? get to the rural areas, there are some people who are very intelligent and smart, may not have been opportune to go to university, but their skill alone can add big value to this country. Can we see man work hand in hand with creative directors to go out there and source out these skilled people, put them to work, get Bank of Industries. Now say Bank of Industry, we have done our talent search, we have done our skill search, and we believe these people XYZ can come up with young manufacturing platforms or whatever it is, or have some business that can manufacture things. It could be shoes, could be whatever it is. Give them money, support them, do this on a biannual basis. If they do that and they bring all those testimonials to us, we're in the media industry now, we know how to hold them to account. Okay. And then they now show up and I say, okay, this is what we have, so we are now projecting.
Although their projection, they said it can only be achieved if the government tackles inflation, infrastructure deficit.
I knew there was
insecurity.
A pinch of salt.
Yes,
I knew there was something.
So I think they know what they're saying.
I knew there was something. They can't just project that there was something. So you see now. So what they've done is they have gaslighted the federal government. It's called gaslighting now. Okay. To say we project that. So I believe that Debbie can be the most outstanding broadcaster in the world. If only, we give her a mansion, we give her 4 cars, we give her 3 stewards.
But it will hate it.
So what does this mean now? Like, if for instance now, let's just say, let's say you work for the state government, and then someone and I come and say all these things, and I say, well, look, she can become very great if the state government gives her all these areas. And I tell the state government, come to me, and I'll be able to regulate it. What have I done? I have gaslighted the state government, right? Put myself in position as the agent, so the state government can come to me, give them money, and then I'll regulate the cash and give you a little bit. So you see that it's the fact. But however, again, it's analysis now. Now it is alleged, but we see this things play every now and then, right? In the past, that's happened, and you can only project the future with what has happened in the past. So but just to put a cap to it, I would say, for what it's worth, right? Let's see how it plays out. Let's see what turns out. Let people be able to say this, and let them put the money where their mouth is.
Let's see if the 4% projected is actually going to, happen. And let's look at the last headline before we move to the newspaper review. It reads, Ghana, Malawi deepest ties with fresh push for visa-free travel. I must say Malawi and Ghana, they're actually doing a lot. They're actually doing a lot, and this is actually like a big one for them to come together to actually push this. So what do you think about it?
Normally, whenever I do industry focus, I always ask at some point, I say, is this a deal or a no deal?
Okay, is this a deal? Okay, I think I should ask you now. Okay, is this a deal or no deal?
Most definitely, it is a deal. DEAL.
Okay.
Why? So many reasons. Look, do you know what it is if we remove all the borders and areas that are hindering inter-country relationship and trade? What this means is that before we know what's happening, we'll be less dependent on the foreign outside Africa aid. We'll be less dependent on all those things that come to Africa from outside Africa. Look, we'll be less dependent on them. It will mean one thing, that Europe itself will collapse because they are depending on Africa to be divided, so that way they can come in and, whether or not you like it, it's called neo-colonialism, come in and conquer whether or not we are independent. You see, it's a no-brainer to say that Africa can not govern itself. No, I disagree. We see good examples with Burkina Faso, with Ibrahim Traore, what he's doing, right? We see what the Sahel groups they are doing. I'm not saying that military rule is the best, no, but I'm saying that even with democracy, we can be able to make decisions where we will see that borders are open for the right reason. As long as you're African, you can travel anywhere visa free. You can travel anywhere within Africa without being held back for any reason. What this means is that the way trade and logistics will move will be faster. The way manufacturing will happen will be faster. Production line will be faster. support from African Bank, that's what they're called, will be faster. Why? Because they will see turnover immediately. We give you money, can we see with ROI in 6 months, in 4 months you come back with ROI. I say, wow, this is good. Why? There are no hindrances, there are no bottlenecks. My question is this: how come with around the EU they can travel in and out, and we cannot do that? Because some idea of, francophone and anglophone, who gave us all that dogma is living out of someone else's thinking. Can we break all that? Can we actually say that not only are we free as a continent, but actually free to make decisions and move forward? So I see what Ghana and Malawi they're doing. It's a win-win, is a great deal. If other African countries begin to see in that light, to now say it is time, right? To now say, because look, make no mistake, I'm a Pan-Africanist. Anyone who knows me will know me very well. I always say things in favor of Africa first. Why? Because that's where I know the most. So if you seek my services maybe as a leadership coach, or you seek my services as a broadcaster, seek my services as whatever you want to seek my services within the angle that I deliver. The truth of the matter is that no matter where it is around the world, I will still say the same thing first. Africa first. Why? Because it's the cradle. And we have what it takes. So the more we see countries breaking the barrier, doing business such a way that from the top and the bottom, people can actually relate well, and both parties are beneficiary of the deal. Look, the better for Africa.
Yeah, it's a good thing to see Ghana and Malawi
So
actually
is a deal.
reciprocating the visa-free policy. It's a really good thing, and this will actually encourage economic and cross-border mobility. Anyways, we've come to the end of the banter. That's our headline stories. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, it's going to be the newspaper review segment. Just stay with us. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. This is a newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and of course, still in the studio with me this morning is the very
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine. Good to have you again.
Always here to make it work. Let us do
All right,
this.
let's dig in. We'll start from home. That's the Business Day newspaper, our sister company. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper reads 6 sectors to watch as Nigeria opens for investment. 6 sectors to watch as Nigeria opens for investment. And that story is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. Another headline reads, State debt mount. Lagos, Edo exceed 100,000 naira per capita. You can get a hook of this story on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And that story there reads, why Nigerian air passengers pay higher fares than regional peers. I'd really like to know why Nigerian passengers actually pay higher. But you can get a hold of that story on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And another story reads, First Bank vindicated. Arbitration Tribunal dismisses GHL's 718 million naira claim. And that story is also on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And finally, we have Atedo Peterside describes INEC under Yakubu as national disgrace. And that is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. But let's take a look at the big story on the Business Day. They read 6 sectors to watch as Nigeria opens for investment. And I'm very sure one of the sector would be agriculture. Because I've said it here before, agriculture is one sector that, even though it's not giving us as much as we would want it to give, as much as oil is, it's a sector that is actually doing relatively well in Nigeria. And I would think another sector will also be the energy sector. Well, what do you think about that headline?
So very quickly, it's good that we can now say that, confidently say, and thanks to Business Day, our sister company, that 6 sectors are on the radar to look out for, right, as Nigeria opens for investment. This is great. 2 questions. 1, who is coming to invest these sectors?
Okay.
Is there a particular international body that we've not heard of before that has probably just sprung up? If so, we'd like to know which one. But if there are existing ones, we want to know what has changed. You see, it's good that when we see this kind of, opening, we drill deep in to now say, if what has changed is that our relationship, our bilateral relationship with other countries is now beginning to be far more beneficial, then those companies have been there since, waiting for the government to make the right decisions. So this now means one thing and one thing only. Kudos to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's, administration. They are doing something that, we should commend them for.
Yeah.
And like they say, when you do something good, you commend them. If they do something bad, we'll talk about it. However, having said so, the question now is, can we see clarity with this investment? Can we see that if you're going to invest in these areas, can we be able to say, as you invest in these areas, right, that those who actually need the funds, who are young entrepreneurs, who are already coming out of university, or the ones who might not have had the opportunity to go to university, can we see these people come forward? Can we have, like I always say, that a lot of town halls, can we have conferences so that people can come forward with what they can do so that the investment will reach out to them? It makes no sense trying to pour water in a river. What are you trying to do? Appreciate the river? The river already has water. So this kind of investment for these major 6 sectors that we are looking out for.
So the major 6 sectors are agriculture and agro-processing.
Fantastic.
We have technology, digital infrastructure.
Tech.
We also have oil and gas sector. And we also have infrastructure construction. And we also have pharmaceuticals.
Great stuff.
Also, yeah.
These 5 sectors are key industries that a country cannot do without.
And also renewable energy.
Most definitely. So all of the energy. Now, if you look at the categories, you will see that if we do not give young people a chance, even if $1 trillion is injected into the system, look, money leaves trails.
Right.
And it's all about a simple thumb. And it can do what? Money can transfer. If those monies with the S are brought into this country and injected into the country, can we see young entrepreneurs who are hungry, who are ready, energetic to start up some great businesses? Can this money get to those startups and not just it going to the big companies that already have made their mark? You know, what I mean to say is pouring water into a river. They already established. If we can get to those people, I tell you, new opportunities, right? New ideas will enable those sectors to actually create jobs. Someone who has spent 15 years already in a particular industry, right? What's he waiting for? At that point, we see that he breaks out, go and start his own and employ people. Let's have what we call multipliers effect in business. So this kind of investment, we want to see that it will yield this kind of thing. Now, we are pregnant now as a country, seeing that international world, they are targeting these sectors because they've seen opportunity. And no company, mind you, we want to invest money if they don't see the opportunity and then the possibility of them regaining back their investment. No company wants to invest for a throwaway. They want to gain. It is in that gain that we will now see opportunity. You want to gain, no problem. Meet our regulatory bodies, meet our demands, meet everything that we know that you must meet so that we can generate money off that investment for the nation first. Then secondly, make sure that out of 100%, if you're going to employ, make sure 80% of people that you employ are indigenous of Nigeria, citizens of Nigeria. Make sure that you meet the criteria of employability in Nigeria. If you're going to have expatriates, good and fine, not more than 5 or 10%. Our regulatory bodies must make sure we follow through these things. This way, we will avoid brain drain. We avoid lazy youths, like they call it. I don't think they're lazy, because they don't have the opportunity. We'll avoid the case where we say somebody doesn't have a job. Meanwhile, they're educated. You go to school 4 years, spend a lot of money. Your parents sell land, borrow money to send you to school, and you come out and you now say you want to be a conductor. What kind of joke is that?
Yeah,
because they don't have a choice, right?
Yeah.
So because they need to survive, they now take menial jobs, which ordinarily should not be for us. However, these 6 sectors are now being on our radar for investment by international bodies. Mind you, are all of them targeted towards international bodies or local billionaires who have the money? However the case is, can we remove the idea of godfatherism if it's just local people who want to invest and now say, give it to those who have merited it? And in case you guys don't know who to go and help you get those people, Debbie knows those people. Can I say, you know what? Employ Debbie's, services.
They can employ me now.
Your consultancy, but truth be told, and seriously,
Yeah.
I think that if these six sectors, which are key areas for that will create room for employment of young people, can we make sure that it trickles down to the very, very bottom? If we can do that, it's a win-win.
It's a win-win. All right, let's take a look at another headline that reads, why Nigerian air passengers pay higher fares than regional peers? Because I'm still, when it comes to the aviation sector, it's always filled with tax and levies, either imposed by the government or, the government agencies or the regulators. And this started since after the COVID-19. It's either one, tax or the other that would make us have to pay so much when it comes to airfares. But what do you think about this?
So, it's good that we can now narrow our vision to what's going on with the aviation sector. This is the point where I will call on our able minister, Festus Keyamo, Please, please, and please again. The way and manner you guys reacted when it had to do with misbehavior of some certain, passengers. The time we had the issue of those two celebrity, one celebrity and one ordinary person who finally became a celebrity, right? The way and manner we respond to those things. I'm not gaslighting him, or maybe I am gaslighting. Who knows? Can we see that people will not be paying tooth and nail for flight ticket? I mean, it is within your jurisdiction. You can regulate this and regulate them well. However, they will cry foul if that comes to the table. Why would they cry foul? They will say, cost of production is high, cost of buying diesel or maintenance, or they will say all these things. And they also want to put it on the neck of the federal government. The question is, if you are waiting for federal government to do everything, look, would you be disappointed? The answer is yes. So it is time to now say, if you want your flight company to remain long enough and then meet up some certain other criteria, begin to understand that when you don't aim to gain so much money, you have more people patronizing you. Just make sure your service is okay. Make sure, you see, the thing about aviation industry and people flying is all about hospitality. Even when your passengers are not doing the right thing, right? There's a way and manner you can go around the sort of way that they do what you want, at the same time you win all the way. This way you get more people coming to patronize you. And you don't have to now say, because you have less people flying, less passengers, you just hike the price unnecessarily. We know Nigeria is tough. We know there are issues surrounding petroleum and its availability, petroleum product and its availability. However, does this mean that the grass will suffer and suffer so much and move from green to brown? Give us
And who is the grass?
Well, of course, we.
Okay. I thought you were going to say it the way you usually would say
No,
it.
we are the grass.
Anyways, we really need some space to breathe, because we cannot be thinking about, having to survive, food, and the other basic amenities that, that's actually out of reach from people, and still thinking about having to pay so much when it comes to airfare. And to think that Nigeria is actually the highest, they are the ones with the highest fare in Africa. I think, the regulation bodies should actually sit down and really, have think about it and make sure that everything is regulated instead of we, the citizens, suffering from it. But having said that, let's move to the Guardian newspaper. The Guardian newspaper reads, the big story there reads, election here to test Nigeria's reform momentum, growth, recovery. And that story is on page 6 of the Guardian. And on top of it, we also have the First Bank story, which is First Bank vindicated. Arbitration tribunal dismisses GHL's $718 million claim. And that story is on page 34. We also have manufacturing endangered as sector sheds 18,935 jobs in first half 2025. And that story is on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. We have reps raise alarm over terrorist threat to bomb National Assembly.
The
audacity.
The audacity is just something else.
That story is on page 4. We also have Part Hasu rocks APC as leaders split over Mutfwang's defection. And that story is on page 6. We have Obi worries about drug trafficking through courier service. And that story is on page 7. Minister, the Guardian partner on National Youth Reorientation. And that story is on page 5. And we also have local contractors accuse federal government of withholding 706 billion naira payment, threatening protest. And that story is on page 8. And Nigeria among least connected by air despite huge potential. And that story is on page 22. I want to say that Nigeria is the country where they have the most threat when it comes to protest. They would wake up and threaten that, we're going to have, we're going to protest. But let's talk about the election year to test Nigeria's reform, momentum, growth, recovery. And I think this is linked to the new INEC chairman, Amopitan, that was just signed in. What do you think about that?
Most definitely. There is no country that will have new people in office in different areas that has to do directly with the runnings of the country that will not have some hurdles, most definitely, especially when there's a major shift in power when it has to do with the election and the electoral process, by the name Amipiton, I mean, look, he's the new INEC chairman. And so the question is, what rules and regulations, or put it this way, what are his aims and ambition for the INEC, for INEC as a whole? What would we see that will happen differently from what the initial INEC boss did?
Yeah.
Can we see transparency? So again, if you look at it, there's this problem with voters' apathy already. Most people don't have the zeal to go and vote because they think their votes will not count. I think all those bottlenecks, all those hurdles and issues before him, right, boils down to one thing: trust. I think trust is the major factor that can either make any electoral body be alive or not. If the people that do not trust you, if they know that if they come out in the morning, risk their life, spend their money, fuel everything, and go to vote, and they cannot trust the electoral process, and they cannot trust the fact that your A is your A, your B is your B, and your 1 and 1 is your 2, if they cannot trust that, then all has gone to the dogs. And so in this case, these are the hurdles that will most definitely face INEC. And of course, when you hear INEC, you hear elections. What can be done to mitigate this thing? I think this is the point where they need to now say, let us work hand in hand with, NOA, National Orientation Agency. Let's work hand in hand with all the major agencies to begin to not only reform, but also change the mindset of the citizens towards electoral processes. Begin to be far more clearer in their decisions. Get some, if possible, I don't know where to get them, but people who are not within that INEC or within the government, right? And say, come in, run your audits, go around, see everything that we need, or everything that we have, and report the ones you think that we don't have, meanwhile we say we have. What I mean to say is, let there be transparency to the very latter, to the very end in INEC. If with all this now, what will simply happen is that election year, you have more people turn up. Put up documentaries, put up a lot of exposés to say, look, come 2027, we will see a better Nigeria. The international world will respect us more. And then those who have faltered in the past, those who have stolen our mandate, those who have stolen votes, those who have destroyed ballot boxes, those who have gotten themselves involved in electoral malpractice, whether the ones who work in INEC themselves, whether the previous chairman, anyone who is within that lane should be brought to book, right? And let justice be done.
Yeah.
If they're innocent, they're innocent. If they're guilty, they go in for it. If all this are put in place, all this test of what the Nigerians will say, how the international world will see us, we could have calmed down a little bit.
Yeah.
Look, very soon we will totally have forgotten what happened in Israel, Gaza, and Israel.
No, I don't think so.
Now, when I say
think that-
yes,
that
when I
was
say forget,
forgotten.
I won't say totally forgotten. I will say other activities will come through. Why? They are started rebuilding Gaza now. Things are happening. Why am I saying so? Is that, look, cut your losses, lick your wounds, and say, time to rebuild. It is time to rebuild Nigeria. It's time for the reform to be seen. If we can call out those who have made mistakes, put them to, let the court take take its course, right? Nigerians begin to trust you again. Why I used Gaza and Israel, what happened in Gaza as an example, is that it is now clear who the world is in support of, right? Give them the Palestinian state.
What is the support of the right thing? But
You know
because
the right thing.
we are pressed for
Right,
time,
right,
let's take a look at what we have on the Vanguard newspaper.
Vanguard. All right, so very quickly, Vanguard. So don't just reform, cut waste. Sanusi Peterside tells FG. I mean, I cannot agree with them anymore. The cost of governance is too high. And it's not because Valentine is saying it. It is clear. It is right there. It's open for the world to see. When you look at the amount of money senators, the amount of wastage within government, and the lack of transparency. The money is too big for someone not to have migraine. So don't just reform, cut waste. Sanusi and Peterside tell FG. So because of time, very quickly, let me jump into this one. It says here, Enugu emerges the likeliest state to survive without FAC. FAC, which you know is federal allocation, right? Says budget. The question now is, if Enugu can survive without FAC allocation, does this mean that they're getting their funds from somewhere else? Is it internally generated funds? And for what? I don't know about their coal mining business that they used to survive with in the past, but is this now trade? What exactly can they hold on to now say we don't need your allocation in case the allocation doesn't come on time? The governor has that one in his pocket. Let's allow them to have their secrets. I'll move on to the next thing. I'm almost sound like a comedian today, right?
Yes, you should.
All right, so it says here, Lagos government, right, Shoki residents differ over demolition. I tell you, if you had gone there and you see, you own a home today, you wake up the next morning, you're living on the street. The trauma alone.
Not just owning a home, owning a home in the right and due process.
Exactly.
That's what makes it more sad. If you cut through corners and you're not supposed to build in a particular place and you go ahead to, it's a different story. You actually defiled the order and defiled the right thing. But owning a home with the correct process, having the right document signed
from the same government.
And then you wake up and it's demolished.
I hate to say it, but Governor Sanwo-Olu, I know that a lot of things have happened before he came on board to champion the state, but can we please see truly that government is in continuum? You kind of have a particular, leadership issuing out, CFOs, issuing out, titles to land and all that stuff. Government consent, and only years after, later, you now come and say, look, they're not allowed to be there. It is painful. People have died just for mere thought of it alone. People have died of high blood pressure.
Anyways, let's quickly take a look at the cartoon of the day. We're wrapping up with the cartoon of the day, and today's cartoon looks very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. We have people that we know there. We have a very big load.
Most definitely.
Because burden of proof in election dispute. And can you read that? The way.
So it says, hey, Fabio, it is not the candidate's place to prove that the vote didn't go as INEC said it did. And here it says, the nays will have it. Interesting. So the nays will have it. And then we see the pivot there. You see where it is banking on and releasing weight at the other end. It says burden of proof in election disputes.
Really?
Wow.
Anyways, this is where we wrap it up on the Wednesday's newspaper review segment. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio this morning. And my name is Deborah Eze, and of course I didn't do this alone. I did it with
Onyeka Valentine.
And you're still watching the BusinessDay television breakfast show. And coming up next is the Business Morning by 9 a.m. So stay tuned. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
this is Business Morning right here on Business Day Television, the breakfast show, where morning never sleeps, neither do the conversation that shape our economy. We're broadcasting live from Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria's business landscape. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you join us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. Nigeria's tax agency has directed banks, stockbrokers, and other financial institutions to deduct a 10% withholding tax on interest earned from investment in short-term securities. According to the Federal Inland Revenue Service, short-term bills were also tax-exempt to boost return for investors. The new directive requires tax to be deducted at the point of payment on instruments such as treasury bills, corporate bonds, promissory notes, and bills of exchange. FIRS Executive Chairman Zach Adedeji in the notice instructed all relevant interest payers to comply with the circular to avoid penalties and interest as stipulated in the tax laws. And moving on, the Central Bank of Nigeria has revealed that Federation transfers to state government surged by 110.74% in 2024, rising from 5.4 trillion naira in 2023 to 11.38 trillion naira. Muhammad Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy at CBN, who revealed this on Tuesday in Abuja during the launch of Budget State of States 2025 report, described the increase as a result of recent economic reforms, including fuel subsidy removal and foreign exchange unification, which have significantly boosted revenue inflows to subnational government. Abdullahi also called on state governments to maintain fiscal discipline, channeling the recent surge in revenues inflows into long-term people-centered development outcomes. Deputy Governor noted that 2024 marked a year of unprecedented fiscal flows for most subnational government, with federation transfers soaring more than doubling year on year. Still on, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has forecasted the Nigerian economy to grow by 4% in 2026, underscoring renewed optimism in the global and domestic economic outlook. The projection was contained in Man's think tank report released yesterday, outlining the association's outlook for 2026. The report also cited the implementation of Nigeria's industrial and green industrial policies as key drivers that would enhance sectoral productivity and competitiveness in 2026. According to the association, the steady rise in its manufacturing CEO's confidence index since 2025 reaffirms that Nigerian economy is on the path to recovery. To end the news, Ghana and Malawi are taking new steps to strengthen their decades-long partnership, with both nations signaling support for a future where Africans can travel freely across the continent. A Ghanaian delegation met in Lungwe with George Tapatula Chapunda, Malawi's Foreign Affairs Minister, and his team to discuss efforts aimed at removing visa barriers between African countries. Officials at the meeting say both sides shared a strong commitment to building a more united Africa that prioritizes open borders and greater trade among its people. The Lilongwe talks reportedly focus on how easier travel can boost business, tourism, and people-to-people exchanges, aligning with the wider African Union agenda to promote regional integration. And still to come after the break, linking energy access to youth and economic growth. Just stay with us. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy. This is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at the first conversation for today. Across Africa, access to reliable and affordable electricity remains a defining challenge and an incredible opportunity. Millions of people, particularly in rural areas, still lack access to power, limiting industrial growth, education, healthcare, and innovation. But energy access is not just about connecting homes to the grid. It's about empowering people, creating jobs, and driving inclusive economic growth. As the continent's population grows, younger and more entrepreneurial, the energy sector holds vast potential to become a key enabler of youth empowerment. From renewable energy startups and off-grid technologies to new policy framework that encourage private investment, Africa is witnessing a quiet transformation, one that could redefine how its economies grow and how its people thrive. So how can improved access to energy accelerate development and job creation for young people across the continent? And what role can innovation, policy, and partnership play in building a sustainable energy future? Joining us to discuss this is Kemo Lume. He's an energy specialist with over a decade of experience in energy infrastructure development, strategic leadership, and youth empowerment. Good morning, and thank you for joining us, Lume.
Thank you, and I want to say good morning.
Good morning,
to the people of Nigeria and in Africa, and especially from back home, my country, Liberia. And I'm happy to be here. And I appreciate the invitation. Thank you.
All right. So let's start with the bigger picture. How would you assess the current state of energy access across Africa, and what progress has been made in recent years?
So So currently across Africa, more than 600 million homes, I do not have access to electricity. Even though there are significant steps taken by our international partners, local governments, but lot has been done on the documentation side in terms of policy framework, but actualizing the policy and implementing the policy is a big challenge. So the challenges are ranged from the issue of access to finance, access to capacity in terms of turning I in terms of turning policy into a actionable framework. Yeah, so like you would take for example now, recently African Head of State, with the support of the African Development Bank, the World Bank, and the Rockefeller Foundation, they launched their respective energy compact. Up to date, what is the progress that have been made in terms of achieving mission 300? We have now been informed on the progress, and in terms of the single Africa energy market connecting the entire Africa to a single grid. We did a nice piece of paper as a continent. In terms of actualization, it has not been actualized. So I think the issue of finance and the issue of capacity, it is that both of them, they are challenges that we as young people, we should try to see how we can look in that direction. So I will give you an example that I met a private developer in London. I had a very fruitful discussion with him. He told me, look, more, you have a very good idea, but he asked me one question. So who are the investors? I told him, World Bank, African Development Bank. He said, yeah, they are good. They are very good, but in terms of recuperating or in paying or debt, they're having they're having the framework to recuperate their debt. But private investors, you have not named any private investor back home in your country that is investing in the energy sector. So that is that is a key risk that I cannot take because I'm just 60 going to my 65. I only have 5 more years to work for, so I cannot take that risk. So encouraging private investors is something that is key, and capacity wherein we will not be inputting labor or specialized skills.
Well, Lume, I hear you, but what do you think? Why is reliable power supply so critical for economic transformation and also for job creation?
Yeah, so so across the globe, every business in terms of their financial modeling, energy is a key component. Energy is a key factor or key variable in terms of determining prices, determining profit margin. So once you cannot have what they call access to cheap and reliable electricity, definitely in terms of job creation, there's going to be a huge scarcity. In terms of affordability of goods and services ranging from the hospitality industry, the tourism, hotel prices, rooms are going to increase. Africa definitely will not be an attractive area for industrialization because the manufacturing now we are pushing for manufacturing plants to be established in Africa. Once we do not have access to affordable and cheap, once we do not have access to affordable and reliable power, definitely big factories will not set up in Africa, and that will temper and that will hamper our economic growth. And it is not a rocket science that we are seeing that many young Africans are trooping or are trooping across the Atlantic Ocean, or are trooping across the world going to find greener pasture. We are looking for jobs. And one of the key barriers is access to reliable and affordable electricity. So job creations are key. Energy is a key driver for the establishment of factories across across the world. Asia now is dominating in terms of labor. Their key secret is energy. They have a very cheap and a reliable energy. But I can tell you, despite of the very low access rate across Africa, we're having one of the highest tariff in terms of pricing when it comes to how much we purchase kilowatt per hour. Yeah, so I think to unlock unemployment, to unlock youth, to prevent the migration of African youth, we have to, our leaders, and they have to address the issue of energy. We need to have energy. For me, energy now is not. I have elevated energy to to a right. We have a right to energy. Yeah.
All right, let's look at youth and opportunity, which actually form like the better part of our conversation now. You often emphasize the link between energy access, like you just mentioned, and also now we want to link it to youth empowerment. How exactly does expanding electricity access translate into opportunities for young people?
So there are two ways in which energy access create jobs for young people, like in another way, like you say, translate. Yeah. So one, we have the short term, we have the long term. So for the short term, you have project opportunity. So for example, I'm a project manager and electrical engineer. So definitely, if a project is launched now, jobs going to be created for project managers, engineers, ranging from mechanical, electrical, even the logistic. Yeah, so there are a lot of jobs going to be created from a short-term project perspective. Then for the long term, you have energy infrastructure operations and maintenance team. So that is not large. So I can consider that even me, I benefited from one operation readiness project in Liberia. So my country, our only single largest hydropower plant, I was privileged to be one of the first 18 Liberians that were trained to operate and maintain the hydropower plant. So you see, that is a key, that was an opportunity that was created for young people, especially me, and I benefited from it. Then we come to the long term. So the long term is wherein, like I mentioned, you have factories will definitely come out. We have cold storage in terms of agriculture. You have in terms of powering irrigation system, power. In terms of producing finished goods, in terms of even mining. Yeah, so mine across Africa, their energy demands are very, very high. And if today the president of my country or the president of Nigeria reach out to any investors, they say, come and invest. One of the questions that investors are going to ask, what is your, your downtown in terms of energy security, how reliable is your power and how cheap it is. Even with the likes of Dangote, that one of the key factor the Dangote petroleum refinery in Nigeria needs is energy. So on the side of operation and maintenance, and on the side of utilization and end user, that is where more jobs are created. And I think we need to pay attention as a country, as a region, as a continent. We need to pay key attention to the provision of energy, because it creates that kind of a long-term jobs in the hospitality industry, in the manufacturing industry, like manufacture of plastic, manufacture of cement, the other thing, at our medical facilities, our modern equipment now, they need power. Yeah. So for my country, many hospitals across rural communities, they complain about, diesel, diesel for operation in terms of the cost. So, yeah, so I think energy is a key factor. It is something that all of us will need to pay key attention to, like any other political issue. I think we need to elevate the discussion of energy or just powering our homes in terms of light bulbs and looking at it at a bigger picture wherein more jobs will be created. It will prevent youth migration and actually will empower us. And I can tell you, if we have access to energy, more youth is going to be self-employed because at the end of the day, we will be looking at turning the energy into opportunity. Thank you.
What role do you think youths can play as innovators, entrepreneurs, and engineers in Africa's energy transition? What role do you think they can play?
Okay, so there are two roles, right? So one is being very resilient and determined and taking us self initiative. So I'll give you an example. So from a personal standpoint, I've attended several other international conferences. I have written several technical paper, not sponsored by anyone. That is another means that we can get involved. But on a very large scale, we need government support, we need utility support, and we need international community support. So what sort of support? So at our various universities, our universities need to get involved into research and development. And who are in those universities? They are young people. So 2020, I participated in the Marine Energy Colleges competition. So the Marine Energy Colleges competitions, it has been organized by the U.S. State Department of Energy. Why do they organize that particular competition? That particular competition is organized to give rise to new innovation and to breed workforce and to model the workforce development for marine energy, because marine energy in terms of the field, they are very new. So they are encouraging students, young graduates, to enroll in this profession. So similarly, that model is very easy. So at our respective universities, we need to sponsor research. We need to organize competitions, smart competition. So if you just go online now and write Delhi Technological University Smart Island, you would see a project that we did as students. So that actually grant us, give us the exposure in terms of modeling or designing a smart island. So back home in Africa, we need to organize competitions for high school students, for university students, with reference to the STEM era in terms of designing energy system, or current utility, what are their challenges? They should take it to the university to be able to support them. And they should also have that kind of university and industrial partnership, like curriculum review. What do we need now? Do we need more power engineers? Do we need more control system engineers? Do we need more production engineers? So there should be that kind of, the industry should have a say in the curriculum revision or curriculum development. So with that, I think we can be able to bridge the gap between what is needed to support Africa energy transition process and what are those things, or what are those things we need to do from a capacity standpoint.
Let's now move to the policy and private sector involvement. What kind of policies or incentives are needed to attract more private investment into clean and renewable energy projects?
Okay, so in terms of policy, like I stated earlier, say Africa, we have all of the nice documents, but in terms of implementation, that is our, that is our challenge. So now we have the Africa single energy market policy. We have even like bro having our revised national energy policy. ECOWAS has her own policy. North Africa has their own policy. So for me, I think we need to have a synchronized policy that filter down or that trickle down to individual region and countries. So for example, if you take now the single Africa energy market and in my country, Liberia, revised energy policy, it is in terms of priority, they are completely different. They are completely different. Africa, Africa is talking about having a single energy market. In Liberia, we are struggling with access of having access to energy. So you find that from our continental level and our regional level and our country level, there is a mixed priority. So I think we need to have that synchronized policy. Once we have that synchronized policy, definitely we can support each other. So like now, recently I was in Ghana, I learned that they are experiencing they have energy surplus in terms of they are produced their production is less than their production. So why Liberia is not making use of the excess from Ghana? Because we do not have because the West African power pool is not that strong enough. So South Africa, why South Africa have an issue? Why Kenya have an issue? Why Kenya, for example, will be producing more and South Africa have an issue? Once you that load shedding, once we have that interconnected African power grid, definitely everyone going to have that stable power. But in terms of policy, more need to be done again, like I said, with reference to assuring them. But policy, they are designed and they just sit on the decks. They are now they are now well developed. They do not reflect stakeholder perspective. It's something that we need to consider. We cannot move anywhere as a continent, as a region, as a country, if we have something we call scattered or disjointed policy. We need to have a single policy. We need to have an integrated policy that support our single Africa energy goal.
I think that governments can ensure that energy development will benefit local communities and not just large-scale investors. I beg your pardon, only.
Okay, thank you. So to address that, the government needs to start from the bottom to up approach. The bottom to up approach is wherein individual community needs are assessed. So how do we do this? So like I spoke of policy or plan, we need to have that we need to have that clear implementation roadmap. So for example, right, our our geographical in terms of population density is not that clustered in one area. So one key tools that we can use that many other regions or many other countries are using across Asia, across Europe, and across America that they started with is the issue of microgrid. So currently now one of the island states in America like Alaska, one of the key their key strategy to powering their community is through microgrid. So Africa can adapt the issue of microgrid. So what microgrid going to discourage? Microgrid going to discourage the issue of what they call the issue of voltage drop. So voltage drop is more technical terms, wherein the longer the transmission line, the more land losses you experience. So with that, once we can have that kind of a microgrid system from a community that is built from a community-based standpoint, definitely community going to have a real impact. But if you looking at connecting a community that is 100 kilometers away from the national grid, that is a huge investment that will hamper the provision of energy to that will hamper the provision of energy to that particular community. So what do? We construct a microgrid in rural communities and even urban communities. So we construct microgrids to be able to properly manage it, to be able to properly collect revenues, to be able to ensure that every household benefit from it. So one of the key tools that we can use to address the issue of energy access, where the locals will benefit, is the deployment of microgrid across the continent.
All right, let's now move to technology and innovation. Our digital tools, smart grids, and renewable technologies changing the way energy is generated and also distributed in emerging economies.
So for smart grid from Africa's standpoint, we are moving towards it. In terms of automated substation, I do not think we have a substation that is not operated by an operator in Africa, but in Europe, in America, and some part of Asia, especially China, they are achieving that. So looking at Africa in terms of smart grid deployment, we are doing well with our metering system. So across Africa, even back home in abroad, like 90% of our meters, they are all smart meters. So we are doing well in that direction. But in terms of smart grid, smart innovation is something that we should look at, because back then, power synchronization was done manually, but now globally, power synchronization they are done automatically. So 2 or 3 generators sees their voltage, sees their frequency, and see their loading requirement automatically and synchronize. So if you deployed smart grid infrastructure, you reduce the downtime when it comes to blackout. So if you have a blackout with a smart grid infrastructure in place, your turnaround time to have the grid ready to supply power is very, very short. So smart grid development is very key, and we are doing well, but we are very slow because currently we are only deploying smart metering system. We are only deploying smart metering system across the continent. So right now, I can tell you, the national power utility can seize my vending history, I can see my vending record via smart metering infrastructure. So we are doing well when it comes to revenue collection. We're referring to smart grid technology, but when it comes to power generation, in terms of automatically starting a power plant like 10 kilometers away, where in the national control the national control center can sit anywhere and dictate to which feeder to be open and which feeder to be closed, is a challenge for us across Africa. So I think more needs to be done, but now we emphasize that we need to address the issue of energy access, energy efficiency, and how affordable energy is before moving to smart grid. But it is something that is that is achievable. It's something that is good. It's something that enhance our power system because smart grid infrastructure also comes with a very good and robust protection system. Yeah, so it is something that we are doing well in, but we are not there yet.
All right, still on technology and innovation, can Africa leapfrog tradition infrastructure challenges through decentralized and off-grid solutions? Do you think we can leapfrog through it?
Oh yes, yes. It is very easy. So for now, that's what I told somebody. I said, so in terms of energy transition from fossil fuel to renewable or from traditional technology to advanced technology, I told somebody, I said, we are not experiencing that because our energy sector is is developing. So once we are developing, it is something that currently we have the opportunity to adapt modern technology. But are we doing it? Many African countries are doing it, but few are not doing it because of cost. So you find out that the analog or the analog meter, for example, like I said, now many African countries are going to smart meter infrastructure. So, like for example, the analog meter is cheaper than the digital or the smart meter because the smart meter come with computerized programming chips and other things. So it is something that is very, very easy for us to do. We have not done anything. We are plenty and we want to do. So, like for example, I say to myself, I say, if if I were to be on the table wherein we are planning a single energy market for Africa in terms of interconnection, I'm going to prioritize the HVDC, which is the high voltage DC direct current transmission infrastructure. So across Africa, there are just very few. But why are we not taking advantage of that particular technology? It can cost. So cause the cost of everything sometimes bring in some compromise in terms of going for efficient equipment. So there is no way the West African Power Pool, the Mano River, the CLSG in terms of West Africa, in terms of the Mano River country should go for HVAC system, or rather they should go for HVDC system, which is because that gave you room to transmit power over a very long distance with minimal losses. So, HVDC system naturally have some reactive power components that inject reactive power into the transmission system. So we should go for the HVDC system over the HVAC system. So this is the time for us to take advantage of it. There is no way we should be going for tradition. We're constructing new power plants. We're constructing new infrastructure system. We are erecting new distribution poles. There is no way we should be going for traditional equipment and leaving modern equipment. So I think the time is right. This platform is right. I hope someone at the Africa Energy Congress is listening to me. I hope someone from the African Development Bank, the World Bank, they are listening to see the need to adapt modern technology. Instead of going for old technology. Yeah.
Let's now look ahead. What key partnerships or reforms are most urgent to power Africa's next decade of growth?
So Africa needs, like you say, the private or the public-private partnership. So now we have done well with the international banks, like the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the donor community, EU, China, and what have you. We have done very well with them. I think we need to go. We need to move to private commercial banks. We need to encourage them. We need to prioritize our energy sector. We need to unbundle it, especially countries that still have transmission, distribution, and generation still embedded in a single utility. No, we need to unbundle it. We need to encourage private banks. They need to give out loan. They need to finance project development. They need to finance projects. So, like I said, in the initial stage of my discussion, I told the private developer from London, I told him that we have the African Development Bank, we have the World Bank. He told me, no, Kemo, that is not enough. The risk is too high. He asked me why you do not have private players in your country. So to unlock energy financing, especially large one from private financial institutions, African governments need to reach out to private commercial banks, give them some surety to see the need to invest in our energy sector. Once we have energy, business is going to boom, jobs going to be created. The economic there will be massive economic growth. So we need to encourage private commercial banks to invest in the energy sector other than our regular development partners. Our development partners, they are doing well, but they do not, give that kind of surety. They do not boost private investor confidence in the energy sector because they got to take the risk is high. The World Bank, they have the mechanism to recuperate or collect their revenue or their debt from the government. For me, as private individual, I come and put my 1 billion in the energy sector. How do I recuperate my loan if there's any default? How do I address the issue of power theft? So I think power theft is not unique to one country in Africa. It's all over. So it is something that we also need to address. Thank you.
All right, before I ask for your final word, how do you think the continent can actually balance its growing energy demand with climate commitment and sustainability goals? How do you think that can work? Because we can't talk about energy without having to talk about climate change.
Okay, so one of the thing that we need to do is to first develop strategy, and I think many countries they are doing that, but whether the strategy is realistic, in terms of data collection, whether the right data was collected, I do not know, but it is something that we need. We need to develop a clear-cut climate change strategy, especially achieving the net zero. So if we develop a clear-cut strategy, so what next? We need to promote the efficient use of energy. So, for example, if my country we do not have even any renewable energy power plant, but all of our plants they are thermal, diesel, HFO. We need to cut down on our carbon footprint. How do we cut down our carbon footprint? We need to use energy efficiently. So what energy why what using energy efficiency trick code? Using energy efficiency trick code the what they call cut down in your demand. So for example, if you use energy efficiently, if you are using 10 gallons of diesel, definitely you're going to cut it down to 7.5. So those 7.5, they reflect, in terms of you cutting down your carbon footprint. And for the agricultural sector, how do we support the production of food? Because we need to eat. So the agriculture industry contribute immensely to the climate change, the CO2 emission, other thing. So how our vegetables are produced, what energy is used, if there's a need for us to install solar irrigation system, we have to support our farmers to install solar irrigation system. In terms of electric vehicles, the transport industry, someone that is listening to me from my country say, no, we are far from this. For me, I do not look at impossibility. It is possible that we can set a target and work towards it, and we cut down on our emission from our transportation sector. In terms of providing, once we using energy efficiently, we give room for other technology like the EV, like the EV. So definitely when we cut down on our gasoline, our diesel vehicle, we are cutting down our carbon footprint. If we're cutting down our carbon footprint, definitely we are contributing positively working towards achieving net zero. So our transportation industry. So how do we encourage the use of electric vehicle, and how do we support it in terms of we can tell you tariff the importation of any electric vehicle ranging from motorbikes, ranging I think you have keke, electric keke in Nigeria, we have it too in Liberia, but they are using they are using gasoline. So how do we encourage the use of electric keke? And so once any product is coming in the country, the government can say once you bring electric vehicle, electric keke, or any renewable energy device, definitely zero tariff. If you are private investors and you come in to construct a renewable energy power plant ranging from solar, wind, hydro, you're going to give you a tax breaks or tariff waiver or tax waiver for this period of time, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. So definitely you encourage investor. And once we are we are doing away with using those equipment that produces carbon emission, definitely we'll be cutting down our carbon footprint. Once we cut down our carbon footprint, we are going to contribute to the global target of achieving net zero carbon emission. So in terms of structural tax waiver and tax breaks should be implemented by government to encourage electric vehicles or electric mobile equipment. Then in terms of using energy efficiently, it is high time that every institution should set that standard for the importation of energy efficient equipment. And also as as citizens or as common people, we should also encourage ourselves to use energy efficiently. Why should we use AC or fan where we're having that kind of cool air while we cannot open the window, right? So once we are not using the aircon and we are reverting to using the natural air, definitely we are cutting down on our energy demand. Once we cut down our energy demand, we reduce the demand from the national grid. And once the demand is reduced from the national grid, definitely the national power utility is going to procure less fuel oil or HFO or diesel to run their power plant. And that can trickle to the contribution of our country to achieving the net zero or having a safe climate from our climate change standpoint.
All right, Lemay, finally, what's your message to young Africans looking to build careers or businesses in the energy sector in just 1 minute?
Okay, so I will tell you that it is not something that is easy. Structurally, we do not have that real-time support, but it is something like I tell most of my friends. I can tell them I say by divine anyway I'm a Christian. I can tell them that by divine feeling I just believe that Africa and my country Liberia will succeed one day. So the only thing we got to do is to prepare ourselves. So we just got to take up self-initiative. We got to network across our comfort zone. We have to travel. We have to attend conferences, seminars. We have to learn from another country lesson. So recently, from Ghana, I learned that in terms of their energy scenario, their energy sector is very stable. They are moving towards achieving energy access 100% within 5 years. Their energy access program is far ahead. So I only get to know it when I went there and I interacted with them. So I think we have to build up the courage. We have to sponsor ourselves. We have to seek for knowledge. we have to create. Yeah, we have. It is painful, but we have to create the future that we want for ourselves and for our children. So it is something. It is no way that we can. Yeah, there's no way we can say it, but it's just self-motivation, self-determination. We have to make use of the resources that we have around us, and just have that positive mind that one day energy access going to get better in Liberia, in Africa, and in Nigeria too. So it's something that it's just self-motivation. But in terms of, say, rely on I don't want to mention government support, but if you talk about government support in Africa, it is something that is very, very scarce. So I don't want to mention it as one of the key something one of the key factors that we should look out for, but rather we should look within ourselves. All of those required resources that we have, let's do it for ourselves, let's do it for our community, and let's do it for our country. Our country needs us, and Africa needs us. There's no one can do it better than us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights this morning, Kemo Lume, joining us all the way from Liberia and also an energy specialist. Thank you so much for your time on Business Morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's been our focus today on Business Morning, linking energy access to youth and economic growth. Before I go, I'm going to give my opinion about the second conversation, or the conversation we had, which is linking energy access to youth and economic growth. Access to reliable energy isn't just about powering homes, it's about powering opportunities. For millions of young Nigerians, electricity can mean the difference between idleness and innovation. When small businesses can operate efficiently, when tech hubs and creative studios can run without generators, youth productivity will soar. Energy access directly fuels economic growth. It drives entrepreneurship, expands industrial output, and attracts investment. But beyond economics, it gives young people a sense of dignity and purpose. Every time the light stays on, ideas are born, businesses thrive, and jobs are created. So, as Nigeria pursues economic transformation, bridging the energy gap must remain at the heart of the agenda. Because when youth have power, literally and figuratively, the nation's growth will become unstoppable. And the Breakfast Show continues with the big story after this break. I am Deborah Eze. Do have yourself a good morning.
Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. You're now tuned into the big story right here on The Breakfast Show. After nearly 2 years on the Financial Action Task Force, FATF grey list Nigeria has finally been removed. A milestone that reflects notable progress in tackling money laundering, terrorism financing, and strengthening financial oversight. The announcement has been greeted with optimism in policy circles and the business community alike, with many seeing it as a vote of confidence in Nigeria's economic and regulatory reform. So what does this development signal for the economy and the financial sector, and also Nigeria's global standing? Joining me to discuss this is Dr. Samson Simon. He's the CEO of ARC Economics and Data Limited. Good morning, Dr. Simon, and welcome to the big story.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's go straight into it. What exactly is the FATF grey list, and why was Nigeria placed on it in the first place?
Well, the FATF is an international body originally created by the G7 group of nations in 1989. It is headquartered in Paris, France, and its main mandate is around fighting threats to the global financial system, particularly those threats around money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing. But it's not limited to those three. These are the core threats that FATF or FATF looks at. But it looks at other things as well. And to be grey listed, it means that you are under increased monitoring, right? You have, there are fundamental threats, there are fundamental gaps to your anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism framework. There are some fundamental problems that the FATF will not, will refuse to overlook. And Nigeria sadly was considered to have that after the last mutual evaluation report. It came out in 2021, and it was found that we had like 84 threats, in fact, 84 fundamental problems. But we were able to resolve 69 of them after some time, and then it was realized that we had 19 that were still pending. So they came up with a 19-point action plan for Nigeria to work on for it to exit the grey list. And we have worked on it, and we're out of it now. That was what was announced last week in Paris. So it is, like you rightly mentioned, is a welcome development. It means the problems we had when we were grey-listed will slowly be eased out, and Nigeria will be welcome to Committee of Nations. However, it's not yet Uhuru, because this mutual evaluation reports are routine and they're due in 2 years' time. So if we don't sustain the reforms that we have implemented so that we could exit the grey list, then we might sadly be taken back to that list.
Now, let's speak to us about the factors that made the delisting possible. Do you think they were driven by stronger policies, compliance measures, or international cooperation?
All of the above, because those three authorities and to the Nigerian people for making that possible. Because over the past 2 years, Nigeria as a country has embarked on vigorous reforms. Some of them include laws, particularly our regulatory framework. So we have this Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. It was fully enacted and enforced. Secondly, we have Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. It was fully enacted and enforced. And then we also have the full operationalization, right, of beneficial ownership register. We are talking about persons of significant control, so that if a business is being set up, you know who are the people exactly behind that business, and not some fronts, and not using shell to avoid accountability. So many other things. We have worked on these reforms, and the FETAF, the organization, is fully convinced that we're serious, and it means our AML, that's anti-money laundering, and CFT, countering the financing of terrorism framework, is effectively sufficient to tackle threats, and that's why they removed us from the list. So these reforms were embarked upon, and then the results are there for everybody to see, and we have convinced the body responsible, and they're okay with it.
All right, some have described this move as a major boost for investor confidence and also the banking sector. From your standpoint, how significant is it for Nigeria's financial credibility on the global stage?
Of course, the removal means a lot for our financial system. When we were grey-listed, an average international institution, whether financial or non-financial, would not like to touch anything Nigerian financial system with a long pole. But now that we have been given a clean bill of health, they'll be more comfortable dealing with Nigerian financial system. And in the past, for wire transfers, for example, there were additional, what we call enhanced due diligence, additional documentation that would be required for you to transfer money, whether into or out of Nigeria, right? But with this exiting, it means there'll be less of documentation, less of enhanced due diligence. Another thing is also the costs. When we were listed, it will cost more for transactions that had to do with Nigeria. And people were skeptical dealing with us, whether investors or trading generally across the globe, capital flows, and so many things. Everybody was skeptical because we were considered to be risky environment. But with this now, the risks will come down, the risk premium will reduce, and more people will feel comfortable dealing with Nigerian businesses, because what you need to do is just the standard measures that you need to take that any other country is expected to. But before now, you needed to do some more, and it would have cost you more. The time also would have taken longer, and all these things have implications for the Nigerian economy. And any transactions from Nigeria would have been flagged because we were grey-listed. But now that we're out, such things will not be done. So we are welcome back to Committee of Nations, and we hope that we maintain the tempo so that we don't get into trouble again.
I hear you. So could this delisting open more doors for foreign direct investments and improve our ease of doing business?
Of course. We have this problem with attracting foreign direct investment. we have not only failed to attract foreign direct investment, but we have also been humiliating foreign direct investment. And one of the reasons is this grey listing. It contributed, I'm not saying it's the sole reason, there are other economic challenges that contributed to that. But with this new exit now, with our new condition, I think the Nigerian economy will be considered more friendly to foreign direct investment. And it's not just going to happen overnight that a lot of foreign direct investment will come in, but little by little they will come. Just like when we were homogeneizing foreign direct investment, all these companies that left Nigeria did not leave Nigeria at once. It's not like they had a WhatsApp group where they decided and they left on the same day. No, they left little by little. In the same manner, if foreign direct investment will come in, people will come in to set up shop here, or they buy controlling stake in businesses, they will come little by little. So this is just a step in the right direction. So we need to earn our keep and prove to the world that we are really trustworthy, that we can maintain this tempo, particularly the enforcement of these reforms. And then other capital flows too, talking about, for example, diaspora remittances. We expect in the past, when we were grey listed, it was a bit more difficult to even send in money into Nigeria because we were considered high-risk environment, right? Because we were under increased monitoring by FETAF. So with this now, to be easier for Nigerians living abroad, people that have JAPA to easily send money, to be easier than what it was before. And mind you, the International Monetary Fund also claims that for any entity that is being relisted, the chances of that entity losing, it can lose as much as 7.6% of its GDP in capital flows. So that's significant. That's significant. So now that we're out of it, we expect that it will help us to a very large extent to feel free amongst other countries, to have partnerships with other countries, trading partnership, capital flows, remittances coming in, foreign direct investment, and transactions generally.
Do you think this will also have any impact on the Naira, particularly in terms of foreign exchange stability or inflows?
It should have impact on the Naira. The value of the Naira, particularly in terms of the dollar, which is the most popular reserve currency of the world, is largely as a result of external factors. And if we can attract foreign direct investment, if we have large capital inflows into Nigeria, to strengthen the Naira. We have been attracting foreign portfolio investment, but we need to, what this will help is with the foreign direct investment and remittances and other capital flows. And also our financial system too will be considered more robust. And if we have liquidity in the foreign exchange market, that will show up the value of the Naira. So we expect the Naira to appreciate in value. Even by this announcement, the value of the Naira inched up a little bit. But what we're looking for is not just a temporary improvement or appreciation of the Naira, but a significant improvement in the value of the Naira. And this delisting will help with that because we have enough liquidity, we have enough. One of the reasons why the Naira got devalued or depreciated was because we couldn't meet up with our foreign exchange obligations. You remember we're owing around 7 trillion that we couldn't clear, and we attracted liquidity in and we're able to largely clear virtually everything apart from the controversial ones. So in the same manner now that we are free of the grey list, more FX will be attracted and we have enough financial war chests to meet up with any obligation. And then nobody will be skeptical. And then ultimately the value of the Naira is expected to appreciate.
So how do you think, because you mentioned that you hope that we're still good so we don't go back to being on the grey list. So how do you think Nigeria can sustain this momentum to avoid slipping back onto the grey list?
So what took us there and what we did to get out of it, what took us there are things that we should avoid. What made us to leave that list are things that we should sustain. And one of them is interagency coordination, because we enhance our interagency coordination, talk about the National Financial Intelligence Unit, talk about the EFCC, talk about the Office of the Attorney General, the Office of the Auditor General, and Ministry of Internal Affairs and so on. All of them came together and they worked and they made this possible, this exit possible, because they shared intelligence and they coordinated their activities. So we need to maintain that. We should not just limit it to exiting the grey list. We should maintain that if we don't want to go back to that list. Then oversight of businesses and professions, designated businesses and professions. And you have gatekeepers too, whether legal practice, accounting, real estate. These are some of the people that could help us with due diligence, with monitoring of illicit financial activities. So all these things, we need to maintain them, the oversight by the bodies. And for the National Financial Intelligence Unit, you should have full autonomy and should have sufficient funding to be able to do its work well, because it's basically the coordinating unit for all these agencies that have to do with financial inflow. So we need to maintain that. And then the full operationalization of the beneficial ownership register. We need to make it central, we need to make it open, and we need to make sure that the data there is reliable. And if somebody submits an unreliable data and it's found out, the person needs to be punished. We need to prevent any threat to our financial system. And if we cannot prevent, we should quickly detect and then investigate and prosecute people responsible for that. One reason we were flagged and made us to go into the grey list was because we had cases of money laundering and terrorism financing, but the prosecution was almost negligible. So FETAP was not happy with that. So we need to ensure that we prosecute. It's not just flagging transactions, having incidents of people funding terrorism. We have a lot of terrorist groups in Nigeria. They have funding somewhere, and terrorists collect ransom for kidnapping people. Nothing has been done. People have not been arrested. We need to work on all these things if we want to be taken seriously, so that we maintain the tempo. And it's not just about exiting the grey list. It's also having full membership of FETA. If we can have full membership, we can be at the forefront of fighting any illegal or illicit financial flows.
What lessons can other African countries learn from Nigeria's experience?
Well, we are a success story, if one can wish to call it that way, because we got out of a very bad list. Sadly, fortunately, we didn't degenerate to the extent of going to the blacklist. We were once on the blacklist, and that was what prompted, under Obasanjo in 2001, that's what prompted us to form EFCC and so on and so forth. So thankfully, we're out, and we have lessons that we have learned. And some of the lessons we have learned include oversight of our financial system, closer oversight, stricter oversight of our financial system, and also some designated businesses and professions, and then the coordination of all the bodies that have some responsibility around money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing. Talking about the NFIU, talking about the EFCC, the ICPC, the Auditor General's Office, the Auditor General and Attorney General's offices, and the Ministry of Interior, and so on and so forth. And then another thing that other countries can learn from us is that we actually got to work. The political will was there to deliver, and kudos to our leaders, they have actually delivered. So the political will should be there. If you proceed tepidly, then you are unlikely going to have the desired results. And for the evaluation, this evaluation are routine. So you need to make sure that you are technically compliant, thinking about your legal, your institutional, your operational frameworks are in order, and talking about effective compliance too, that you have desired results at the end of the day, because it's not just about getting things done on paper. If we have the legal framework and they're not fully implemented and they're not fully operational and they're not being enforced properly, then you continue to remain on a list that you'll not be happy, you'll not be glad to be there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samson Simon, CEO of ARC Economics and Data Limited. It was really good to have you on The Big Story.
Thank you for having me.
All right, there you have it. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, the breakfast show continues with the social listening segment with myself and Valentine Oyeka. Just stay with us.
Semaphore Live, the international non-governmental organization in partnership with the United Nations and World Bank, proudly participated in the United Nations General Assembly, 80th and the World Bank annual meeting, championing the cause of artificial intelligence for civil society, turning projects to products. At the sidelines of the 80th United Nations General Assembly in New York, artificial intelligence and a renewed global action plan for sustainable development took center stage as world leaders, policymakers, and innovators gathered to chart a coordinated path for ethical technology adoption and inclusive growth. Trace Inegbedion, head of failure and social experiment at the Semaphore Foundation, provided a compelling perspective, noting that artificial intelligence is increasingly shaping how the world approaches social impact and innovation. Panelists including Juwon Olorunipa, Special Advisor to the Governor of Kogi State, Gbenga Akimbulere of Palo Alto Networks, Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Baide Beki Initiative, and Dr. Ero Ibafidon of the Water Light Safe Initiative, examine the growing influence of artificial intelligence in governance, climate resilience, health, and education. In his address, Gbenga Kingbulere, staff software engineer at Palo Alto Networks, says the latest version of your AI is the weakest version of your AI because every upgrade must relearn humanity. In Africa, we are proving that innovation isn't just about building smarter systems. It's about building systems that understand people. We are engineering trust, resilience, and purpose into technology. And that's how African innovators are shaping the future of impact. And Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Ebaide Beki Initiative, warned that AI works best when it's embedded in community structures, not imposed from outside. She added that our biggest risk isn't technical, it's trust. At the just concluded World Bank Civil Society Policy Forum, discussions on artificial intelligence and impact engineering dominated conversations, emphasizing their role in driving sustainable development, accountability, and measurable results. Inegbedion explained that these technologies are redefining how solutions are redesigned for real-world impact. The high-level Semaphore Foundation delegation at the World Bank was led by Hawatelo Kamara Diallo, retired United Nations official and founder IBTK Foundation. She was joined by Kome Igbogidi, Richard Ojuri, Dr. Letitia Malcolm, Winnie Mangeni, and other distinguished Semaphore ambassadors, all of whom have been strong advocates for artificial intelligence and human dignity. And during his third civil society town hall, World Bank President Ajay Banga fielded a direct question from Inegbedion on how artificial intelligence agents could move development funding from projects to products, turning commitments into tangible impact.
My name is Chase from Semaphore Foundation. My big question is around digitization you mentioned. We're in the era of ChatGPT and AI agents. A lot of organizations have struggled with assessing jobs, like you mentioned. You know, we've had companies like Utiva and technology startups grow in that space. I'm looking at the kind of allocation and funding that can go into AI agent, supporting the works of the World Bank recently to be making sure that people who are civil society can earn more money, can raise more funds, and also get to recruit more people into the job system. Can you talk about the funding approach to see that we can also start plugging into systems like ChatGPT in helping this space? Thank you.
You're talking about funding for civil society.
Funding for civil society in relation to jobs and access to technology where we can use AI agents.
So we've got this whole, as you know, we've got this whole approach called civil something, right? Which is the effort. We've got lots of acronyms, so you'll have to pardon me. I tend to forget the acronyms. I think there's a bigger topic. which is AI in the emerging markets. And if you don't mind, may I take a minute to answer that? I think it's relevant in a bigger picture. Everybody's talking about big AI. That's the ChatGPT kind of stuff. What does big AI need to be successful? It needs computing power, lots of it. It needs electricity, lots of it. It needs data, lots of it. And it needs people who understand how to use all this, many of them. You tell me how many emerging market countries have these four, and I'll give you a medal. You see? So careful with the idea that big AI will somehow allow a developing country to leapfrog. You have to figure out how to enable that big AI or other AI to be useful to a developing country. And that, I'm not certain, is completely clear to me. So small AI, on the other hand, which is a different way of describing tools that can be used at the edge of the network, meaning on your phone, so that the computing power required, the electricity required, and all the stuff you need, the data you need, is much less and much more local and much more manageable. Let me give you an example. If I'm a farmer, and you'll hear this in our agribusiness launch this week. If I'm a farmer in a cooperative in Uttar Pradesh in India, or in Kenya, or in Brazil, and I could point a phone at a disease on the crop I'm growing, I don't need to know the name of the disease. I can't pronounce it anyway. But if I could know that disease equal to that insecticide from my cooperative for $3, that's priceless, right? That's small AI at work for a farmer. I saw it in Uttar Pradesh.
The organization used both platforms to announce its upcoming participation at the United Nations Second World Summit for Social Development in Doha. The discussions underscored Africa's growing role in redefining the global narrative on technology, probing that innovation from the continent is not only transformative, but deeply human-centered. Destiny Mama for Business Day Television News. Semaphore Foundation, a 501c.
You're still tuned in to the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television, and it's time for the social listening segment where we break down the trending stories and how people, these netizens, are reacting online. I'm Deborah Eze. I'm not doing this alone. I'm joined by
Onyeka Valentine.
It's good to have you.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. All right, let's quickly take a look at what the stories are saying. Our first stop is the Lagos Police Command, and it says everything is under control concerning the protest on the Third Mainland Bridge. Residents of Shoki are still angry after fresh demolitions hit the area over the weekend. Bulldozers reportedly rode in at midnight, bringing down more houses, even after the government claimed 80 affected owners had been compensated. The police say more officers are now deployed to ensure no disruption and that Lagosians can move freely without fear. Let's take a look at some of the reactions from netizens before I hear what Valentine has to say. The first reaction from Dominic reads, "Where was the safety when they were busy demolishing residents' properties at midnight?" Another reaction from Jayton reads, "Government destroyed their house. Where are they supposed to sleep?" A very important question. And Ifeanyi Ogwejofor, he said, "It's only during protest that Niger police show their strength." And that reaction reads, "In what sense of, I may ask, the same way you single-handedly, is that it?" No, that's not it. So this reaction about where the safety, where they will sleep at night is a very good question, because I cannot imagine that you come and demolish my house now, because where am I going to sleep?
Right.
Because they really need to respond and answer to that. But what do you think about this?
So again, in all fairness, before we begin to throw the government under the bus, and this is not me trying to support them or to advocate.
Are you not?
But I mean, let's approach it from an angle of unbiased view. I mean, as broadcasters and media people, we try to stay on the fence, hoping that what we say and how we say it will have both parties be heard. So let me look at the angle of from the angle of the government.
Yeah.
I want to assume that the government had put out notices before then several times. Again, this might come as a shocker.
But they are claiming that they did not.
It's a bitter pill to swallow. Now, in this kind of situation, this is not the first time that's happened, second or third. No, it's not going to be the last time, right? But any responsible government will send out warnings first. Because it's actually very disastrous for the government if they move in and destroy properties without giving notice. Even if it's notice of ratification, come and rectify some certain things. Come and bring come to a one-on-one discussion, come to the round table, come well armed with your documents. They could have sent out those information and those notices out, as the case may be, right? Now, for some people, I mean, we know Nigerians are very difficult to please or to convince. Again, the history of the place, we don't know. I mean, we in the media space, we don't know if, truly speaking, that place was sold and by who, right? And to whom. We don't know the details of the document, but we are more concerned about the destruction that has taken place. So the question is, since there is now a case of where would they sleep, would you have said, okay, government had moved in there, destroyed the place without giving warning? I wouldn't say no. So I would say maybe they gave them some heads up. And in our usual usual way, they could have said to themselves, let's wait out this. I'm sure they're not serious. They will come again, give you warning back and forth. They're not serious, they're not serious. Until they actually come and destroy property. And so now you're saying that, where would you now sleep? If you had bought that place and you have all your documents in place, right? And for what it's worth, they still come and destroy it. You have the court there to go and lay out your case. Before that time, I'm sure if they had given warning, which I obviously know they did, I mean, it's a responsible government. They wouldn't move in and destroy things without giving warning. But if they didn't, then that would be a big shame, right? But whichever the case, now I've just made the case for the government. Now, let's look at the people now who got affected. Let's look at them. Okay? So, your house was destroyed. Where to sleep? It's a big question. The fact that you have a property that was destroyed means that, look, you can hold the government to account. Means that someone must pay for it if you got that land through legitimate sources, if you actually bought it and you have correct documentation. Now, if you have your documentations all in place, you can go to court and fight it. That's if the case is not in court already, because when it has to do with land, housing, people don't play with these things. If you're a landlord, you know that you've invested so much in it. You invested so much in not just the land, of course, developing it, building and a whole lot. Now, I'm not even going to the aspect of the business area where if, for instance, you have tenants there and they paid already, where would they go? Not to say that some landlords didn't know that they'll come and destroy the place. But yet, from what we found out, some of them still went ahead to do what? To rent out to new tenants. Say whenever they come, they destroy good and fine, we've made our money, and that's it. That's so unfair on the part of the tenant. Right. So I agree when you say, where would we sleep? This would be the crying, or rather the yearning, and of course the cries of the tenant. Most of the landlords knew already that government is going to come there to destroy that place, but yet they still rented that place out, or rather rented the houses in those areas. Not as if this is the case for all of them, but for what it's worth, right? There are some information that we are not even getting yet. So with time, all those things will come out to the table.
All right. So for someone whose parents have built several infrastructures here in Lagos, I'll tell you for a fact, when the government wants to come at you, they come very hard without notice. So, the way
I've had my property before.
I don't know about that. I'm just
necessarily mine, but one of my relatives. So okay. I know how they felt.
Yeah, it's not about the feeling. It's about the fact that the way Lagos State is. I think I was speaking here during the newspaper review one time about this Lagos building, and Basi had to agree with me. There is no way you start building a property here in Lagos. They've been able to regulate that part. That's the building agency part. Well, that there's nowhere in Lagos that you're building anything that there is no agent somewhere watching that wouldn't come.
From Omonile.
I'm not talking about the grassroots. I'm talking about the state government.
Right.
They would know. From the local government, they would know.
Safety.
Yes.
All comes through.
That simply means you cannot put up an infrastructure before all these things are put in place. My father had his store demolished without any prior notice. So when they come out to say, oh, we ain't giving prior notice, I believe them. Because I've experienced not giving prior notice and you just wake up and it's always in the middle of the night.
Or very early in the morning.
Oh, so if you're not hiding anything, why go in the middle of the night? Right. So for me, if you know, because that is why you're the government, that's why there's a regulatory body to it. When you know that certain places are not meant for infrastructure to be put up there,
so why allocate it out
why allow them to see it from grass to finish? It's really sad. And you're talking about going to the court of law. Yes, there is that, but how long are you going to keep going to court before your compensation can be given to you? Some people, it takes 20 years. I'm not even exaggerating.
I agree with you 100%.
Some, they don't live to get their compensation.
Look, again, this is not even something that anyone out there will talk about and not feel pain.
Exactly.
Right? My late mom, so rest in peace, had properties too in a certain place and was also demolished. This was, late 90s. Or rather early 20s, 2002 and 2003 or so. And I know exactly what she went through because it was wrongly demolished. Though they kind of met her halfway, but not fully. The trauma alone that property owners will face, the trauma that tenants will face, and of course, the chaos it will cause. What government has ceased to understand is that it creates room for a lack of trust. When foreign investors want to come in and invest and they see how structures are being pulled down, it will make them shy away. And it's not good for business. People should understand it. This is even the part that's even more worrisome, is that even when you buy a property, a land that has not been developed, and you move in there, you develop it, and you have documentation that is up to date, you are still afraid that they will come tomorrow
and
a
say
new
you're
government
not
come in
supposed to
and
be
knock
here.
it down.
So it's not right. In
yeah.
Sinclair, before they demolish a building, you sent proper warning and also giving options as to where you would like them to, move
To
you
relocate
to.
to.
So that's how it's supposed to be. You can't just wake up and then demolish people's homes and then expect them to be fine. Of course, they will march and protest. And the netizens that actually said, where was the police when they were demolishing? There were no police there for safety. But when people come outside to demand their right, you then say, okay, you need to disperse the police. I really think the government should properly console these people, because it's like you said, it's very traumatic that you
Of course, the
you have
trauma
something.
is not something that you want to measure in one
speak
day.
as a property and then it's no longer there. But anyways, let's move on to the second conversation on socialism this morning. Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, says his refinery isn't just a business move, but it's a liberation project. He insists Africans should be proud that one of their own is ending slavery, referring to the continent's long-standing dependence on foreign countries for refined fuel. Dangote says exporting crude and importing petrol at high prices has kept Africa economically weak for decades. In his view, the new refinery means Africa can finally take charge of its own resources and its own future. I know you're gearing up to actually talk about it,
100%.
but let's take a look at some of the reactions from netizen. And of course, the first reaction there reads, in what sense, if I may ask, the same, can you read that? The same way you?
The same way, single-handedly monopolized the entire market of salt, pasta, sugar, cement, flour, and even at the point you went into a juice. Juice isn't strange. And now oil. You can't continue to milk the people. I totally disagree with this person.
Do you disagree?
Yes, I mean, it's very clear.
Why do you disagree though?
Truth be told, I think, and I always say it, when there is healthy competition in any market, the citizens will most definitely, breathe a sign of relief. But once you have no competition, once you have a system where everything is directed to the government, comes from the government, the idea of due process alone will slow down things.
All right, let me hold that thought. Let's take a look at some of more reactions first before you defend Dangote.
Right.
Well, unfortunately, many do not realize that it's truly a blessing to Nigeria and Africa as large. And that reaction reads, absolutely, Dangote has done well for Nigeria. No foreign company could have risked their money to invest 20 billion US dollars in Nigeria. Despite all several trips of past and present presidents abroad searching for investor, what has happened? Dangote is an African pride and global brand.
100%.
The final reaction reads, yes, this person's all crypto also agrees. And he said, definitely we are proud, but the human lives that the trailer have been killing, Unko. What's the solution?
Let's say it the way it is. And I'll use the words of our dear president. He said, look, if you want to enjoy omelette, be prepared.
No.
I will tell you why
Dangote doing the Lord's work when it comes to the oil sector. I agree.
I will explain.
But you see that conversation about the trucks and a totally different conversation entirely.
Now, as much as all lives are precious, as much as drivers should take care, as much as we want to see Dangote and his trucking business and every other person who runs those trucks and logistics should be well trained so that we have the barest minimum, if possible, zero numbers of deaths and injury on the road. We want to see this thing. Safety first. All lives are precious. I agree. But I tell you, in a situation where you have 200 million Nigerians going through a lot because fuel price high tomorrow, no fuel available, fuel scarcity tomorrow, people are suffering, hunger is ravaging the land, not because we're not rich in resources, but because we have bad leadership decisions, and a whole lot. In a country like ours that's very unique, I can tell you for a fact, without mixing words, when we see this kind of private entity coming on board to make sure oil and gas is utilized and then petroleum products are out there for the people, right? By building a refinery. Once we see different other areas that have been left for the government alone to handle, which is a lot of burden, and we see people like this to come out and say, look, we want to help to decentralize and create more productivity, create employment. Let's be readily available when it comes to employment as a whole. Look, like I said before, sometimes in life, to make omelette, you break the egg. Along the line, you will have people who will fall short of their delivery, and then lives might be lost. We apologize for these things. This is how life is, and we see it every day, right? However, let's also look at the good too. The good is, for a long time, that fuel scarcity that we used to experience like 4 or 5 times in a year, not 6 times in a year, right, has reduced a little bit, unlike before. Any fuel scarcity you see now will be based on the fact that 2 elephants will have an issue, maybe, Pengasine and this or that, whatever. But the fact you say that it is not available, that is now being demystified. Have you seen it?
I hope Dangote makes you.
So I mean,
spokesperson.
Well, if you're converting from me,
how compassionate you are about it. All right, let's move to the final.
Our own is doing well. We should be happy.
I know, right? The final conversation on the social listening, and we're heading to the Northwest, where a dangerous trend has become really dangerous. But let's take a look at some of the reactions from netizens about this. A group of bandits who have turned TikTok into a crime showcase, where they get to showcase their crime, where they flaunt money and weapons on TikTok. But let's take a look at some of the reactions on social media.
Wow.
The first reaction reads,
says, bandits are the real owners of Nigeria now. They are untouchable. That's by drbio.com. That's at imede_villa. It says, bandits are the real owners of Nigeria now. I debunked that, by the way. It says they are untouchable. They are touchable. It's just that we've not had their time fully. It says again, they are protected by the power that be. Power that be who? People should not stop writing what they're not sure of. It says they have amnesty in places whilst they're while the victims are in graveyards again,
and
IDPs. So those who choose to do harmless protest are shot at. Face criminal. Is that what it means? It says face criminal
prosecution for treason. Another reaction from Maestro, and he said, when terrorists are walking around freely while citizens are being slaughtered like chickens, just know we are finished as a country. Another reaction from Ishaku Somalia, and he said, I come to accept the fact that Nigeria politicians have vested interest in Nigerian calamities. If not, how did these people get these gadgets and weapons and sniper uniforms from? There's always someone that is making things move forward.
So I want to say something quickly before we go ahead. Yes, of true, Nigeria has its challenges. Yes, as a country, we have our ups and downs, and we have potholes that are now gradually becoming craters. Having said so, there's no country that doesn't have problems. Unfortunately for us, we are good at magnifying our problem and it becomes a narrative. And we single-handedly arm foreign media, we arm foreign government, we arm foreign people what to use against us. So you see, when we demarket ourselves, it's hard for us to even be respected around the world. Do you think they don't have problems in the United States of America on the streets? You have problems of fentanyl. You have problems of even killings. You have racial tension. Look, I can tell you for a fact, you're a free man when you're in your country. Once you step into another man's country, you face it as case.
So I think they are not debunking that, there are things like this that happen in a country or even a society, but in a country as a whole. What you're saying is it takes a lot of audacity
for them to come
for
out
you
and say these
to
things. Yes.
come out on social media,
not being
TikTok,
tracked.
and you're flaunting the money made from kidnapping,
yes.
from slaughtering people, from killing people. It takes a lot of audacity. That would not happen in a sane clan.
100%.
Yeah, so that's what they are trying to say. It's not about whether or not Nigeria is a first.
Yes.
But Nigeria is a first of its kind where terrorists will boldly come out on social media and show off their guns, show off their. So now they are asking. How do these people get access to this thing?
So you see,
it means
again,
they I'm sorry to cut you. It means they have access to what they call it, to data. So how is that possible?
So the thing is that for all security personnel across board, whether the army, the navy, the police, the civil defense, everyone who is responsible for making sure that our territorial waters, our territory as a whole, land, border, water, is protected. You should understand one thing, which is these criminals, right, are hiding in plain sight. And this is the funny thing. Yes, most of them now have access to social media and all that stuff. I think the government should work very hard with these social media platforms to be able to get their locales. Because if you have a smartphone, which means that you have NIN, which means that you have, BVN, you have other things that could make that SIM card work. Can we track them? There are many ways we can get these people down. And in fact, let me even shock you. It's good that they go on social media to go and flaunt those things. It now makes us understand that, look, we have work to do. They are no longer spirits that they cannot be found. Okay? The question now is, have we seen it as a priority? That is the billion-dollar question.
Have you seen it as a priority? I must really say it's really sad, when you're trying to, and it shows this functionality around, like you mentioned, the telecom service, this functionality around the security.
Right.
Because when you, like you mentioned, when you use a smartphone, you can have access to, let's say you can even have access to data, but how are they getting how are they getting the services?
Most definitely.
How is it that they cannot track their location? Because before you use TikTok, sometimes it will show that we are actually using your location. Most times, even before you agree, it shows that we can actually get your location. So how is it that it's not possible for them to be tracked? It's really sad.
In fact,
it's really sad
if
because
it's possible for them to track it, the question is, are they willing to even track it?
Because it was last week, they just released Aisha last week after pleading for 20 million naira. The site was really hard to watch. I saw it and I was really brought to tears. Like, why would one have to go through this because you're either traveling or you're going about your business and then somebody comes to kidnap you and asks for ridiculous amounts of money that you don't even have or have never seen in your entire life. So it's really sad. And then they have the audacity to come on social media and then flaunt it. It's really, 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 it's a really sad one, to be honest. I really hope that the government find a middle ground. We're not even saying give us a full solution right now. Find a middle ground to actually curb it. Then we can now talk about full solution. Anyways, Vali, it's always a pleasure to do this with you.
Yes, definitely.
All right, that's all on today's social listening. We followed the Lagos demolition tension, Dangote's statement, and the troubling rise of bandit influencers. I am Deborah Eze, and I did this with
Onyeka Valentine.
See you next time on the Business Day television for more trending conversations. Have a good morning.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on BusinessDay TV, where we give you a comprehensive insight into the economy as well as matters affecting the capital markets. On the show this morning, we have a discussion around the acquisition of a 40% stake in a company known as ND Western by one of Nigeria's listed upstream oil and gas players, that's Aradel. Aradel last week acquired an additional 40% stake in ND Western, increasing their stake to 81.67%. This is the latest in the list of mergers, acquisitions that have been dominating the upstream space in Nigeria. And in addition to that, we also have reports coming in from Renaissance Capital Africa that there will be further divestments on onshore assets, that is shallow water assets, by next year. They outlined around 10 oil blocks that they believe that some of the IOCs are probably going to be letting go of, and we want to look at it holistically. We want to look at the entire thing. What's the implication for the entire space? And on the show this morning, I have Dikpo Oladende, our energy analyst here at BusinessDay. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, David. Nice to be here once again.
Yeah, so let's start with the Aradel deal. What's the rationale behind Aradel's acquisition of this new equity in ND Western?
Okay, thanks. So again, you need to look at the objective of Aradel. What is Aradel trying to achieve? What's their end game in all of this? Are they trying to the first acquisition of assets where they are a player in the Renaissance conglomerates? Is it a one-off thing, or they plan to spread their tentacles across the Nigerian market and then of course expand to West Africa? So what we've seen is Aradel is expanding. They are trying to grow their influence across Africa and across Nigeria, because first of all, they are seeing opportunities, they are seeing plans for expansion, for growth. Why? Because if you look at Nigeria, for the first time in a long while under the new administration, we are seeing an improved environment around the oil and gas sector.
Okay.
So we're seeing a lot of deals happen. The ease of doing business in the oil and gas sector have relatively improved now. And so, I mean, you'd ask yourself, what's better time to strike than to strike when the iron is hot? So they probably saying that the iron in the oil and gas sector is hot, and they are striking because they are seeing opportunities for growth.
Okay.
Not just within the areas where they already have control over. They are seeing opportunities for growth in other areas, and they probably looked at the Renaissance conglomerate and say, look, why don't we try to acquire more
stake in what we have now?
In what we have now. First of all, you look at the environment. So first of all, we have the NNPC boss, who is a private sector person, somebody who they are very, very much familiar with. You have the special advisor to the energy, Oluve Hedging, who is also spearheading a lot of reforms as well. So, I mean, you look at the sector, and the best time to strike, if you have any money that you don't know what to do in the short term, I think the best time to do now is to look at the oil and gas sector and
look at where it can enter.
So,
so one question is around ND Western. ND Western has a 45% stake in one of the OMLs, that's OML 34. How will it affect Aradel's reserve profile right now? For now, we know that I think Aradel only has stake in is it Ugbele? I think that's OML 12. Now, how will this play into what they have existing in their books for now?
Okay, so the game of the oil and gas is a game of reserve, really, because reserve fits into your production.
Yeah.
And the bigger your reserve is, the bigger your ability to, there's a metrics called reserve replacement ratio. Reserve replacement ratio is, as you're producing from your reserve, you're expected to be refilling back those reserve, because you are only as big as what your reserve can do.
Yes.
Really. It's if you want to see a company's production profile in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, go and check their reserve. It's whatever they have there from their reserve, they
can use to get loans and all.
Exactly. And so the bigger your reserve is, the bigger your ability to, you can walk into any bank and say, look, I need $500 million. And you say, What's your
What do you have?
collateral? I'll show you my reserve. You can walk up to any major financial institution. You can even walk up to any of the big players. If you want to collaborate with a Shell, for instance, you want to collaborate with any of the biggest technical partners, your ability to, the bigger your reserve is, your ability, the bigger your negotiation skill is, the bigger. So what they are trying to do, which I also foresee they will do more, is they will try to grow their reserve because they want to increase their reserve replacement ratio. And so the bigger your reserve, it's when your reserve is growing, then you can now talk to partners who can help you scale up oil production. And then it's, again, I think the companies, they are thinking big. They are probably looking at their 10-year, 15-year, let's acquire as many short deals as we can now. So beyond just ND Western, they'll probably be targeting any low-hanging fruits, especially assets that they've discovered that they are big on gas and they have their oil production. They've not really fully explored all of the oil in it. So they'll probably be going for that and then scale it up, boost your reserve. When you boost your reserve, you can get more funds in order to scale up oil production, and then you're bigger.
So basically, we are looking at a bigger Aradel in this sense. So Aradel will have not just OML 12, they also have OML 34. The question I have is around Renaissance. There's been a lot of talk around increasing their stake in Renaissance. Before now, they had a 12.5% stake, direct stake. Then when you consider what they hold in ND Western, I think their indirect stake now goes up to 20%. But now people are saying it's going to go up to 50%. Their stake in Renaissance. Give me a feel of how that does that now give them like effective control over whatever goes on in Renaissance?
Okay, so I had once interacted with someone with Haradel and who had said to me that, look, Haradel's goal is to be the king of onshore assets. That's the end goal. So they want to basically dominate all the onshore assets in Nigeria. So that's which is why I said, look, it's not, I think this is just the beginning. And let's not forget that in the oil and gas sector is still, we are coming from a very low base. That's apart from Seplat.
So that means they're going to be in direct competition, like massive competition with people like Seplat.
Yeah, of course, definitely. So again, apart from people like Seplat, who else is? We look at ITO, for instance. Yes, ITO is big in the name, but then they've just been able to focus on the assets they've acquired ever since they came on board, and that's what they've been maintaining.
Yes.
You look at others. You look at
Sterling Oil.
You look at New Cross. You look at. I mean, what Aradel is trying to do is again, look at the people behind the Aradel structure. Yeah, ex-IOC guys, people would think that, look, the oil and gas is not well developed, so they're trying to do more regarding it. So back to Renaissance. So their control of Renaissance is, they are upping their stake in control of Renaissance. Let's not forget that Renaissance hands are completely filled up now.
Yeah.
You've acquired about 20 to 25 assets from Shell. This is just oil blocks ago. Their oil wells are there. You look at gas plants are there. You look at a lot of things, pipelines. So the Renaissance, all the assets under Renaissance is, I mean, it's massive. So what Aradel is trying to do is they want to have a bigger slice
of
the pie. And what better way to do that than to acquire more stakes from people who are willing to let those stakes go. And again, you just need to look at the vision. Normally, if you have a stake in Renaissance now, it's expected that you would hold tight to it because but then, I mean, it's often said that everybody have a price. Even if you have a stake there, there's some amount of cash that will be dangled at you, and you say, okay, look, I think this cash is convincing. Let me let go of. So that's what they are doing. They want to acquire more stake in Renaissance because they see future in onshore assets in Nigeria. And so if the end game is to be the king of onshore, I foresee that they will be acquiring more till when they are accomplished.
That leads to my next question around the reports that Renaissance Capital Africa wrote and the one you reported about, that they are highlighting that around 10 onshore assets will be divested by 2026, maybe 2027. What's the rationale? Why is it happening this way? Especially an NPC that wants to let go of some of his onshore assets. Why are they doing that?
Okay, so for the 10 assets that will be up in the market next year, majority of these assets are owned by IOCs that they are under pressure from international communities to reduce their carbon emissions.
Okay.
Their majority of them, their headquarters are already on their, so IOCs are basically prioritizing assets that are not, the carbon emissions from these assets are very low. And so once they realize that, look, it will affect the group's ability to make money or to the group's ability to raise cash, they'll probably let go of those assets. So that's one. Again, it's often said that indigenous guys can sweat onshore assets more
better
compared to
IOCs.
That's secondly. And then thirdly, again, you look at the oil and gas sector, there's been some executive orders lately that has basically changed the game for the oil and gas. So now there's executive order on Project Circle. So what that means is a project have a timeline. If you initiate a project with the regulator, you have a 6-month window to close that project. Before now, you can initiate a project and the project can take forever with nobody listening to you. But now there is a law that says the regulator must attend to you within 6 months. So that puts the regulator under pressure to say, look, if you submitted a project to sweat one asset for, maybe you want to increase production by 10,000, there's a law now that says the regulator must give you speedy reply within 6 months, even if they are not, and that is what is needed really in the sector. Because the sector is not saying the regulator should say yes to every operator's demand.
Yes.
But the law is saying give a response. So even if you are saying a no, it means that the operator of that asset can easily move on from that asset and go and do whatever he or she needs to do in order to make sure that the asset is viable. So what we are saying is this is the best time to put in your money in the oil and gas because there is certainty of funds. The certainty that you will recoup your money back is there. And so why not? Because again, you don't know what will happen in the next 4-5 years. You can have a new sheriff in town that won't pay as much attention to
the oil and gas.
To the oil and gas, the way the Tinubu administration is paying. So everybody is trying to say, look, what can we do in order to make the best of what we have
right
now? So the divestment would happen because, again, some indigenous guys who already have access to 1 or 2 cash or who can talk to banks, especially the local banks. Again, some of the local banks are open to investing in the oil and gas now because they've also seen green lights. So if they can talk to local banks, they can raise cash, and then the more cash they can raise, the better they can do business, and that's it.
So the question I have now is around the competitive advantage of the local guys compared to the IOCs. You said they have the ability to sweat the assets more. Based on what? Is it the ability to interact with the communities better?
Yes. So again, onshore assets are assets that are within
communities,
within the ground level. And so the indigenous guys can sit down with majority of the global guys. The IOCs can't do that because of international laws that they are obligated to, right? Majority of the IOCs cannot have there are some agreements they cannot reach with host community, even if they would want to, but because it's against their parent company's policy, they won't want to. For instance, the local guys can be flexible in their interactions with the host communities and say, look, what are the demands of the host community? Is it to sponsor, again, this is just example, is it to sponsor a show B for you guys every month?
Okay.
And that will guarantee steady power. If that would, of course, they are willing to enter all sorts of negotiations.
To prevent them from sabotaging operations.
Exactly. But the international company will probably tell you, no, this is against my parent company. This is, again, the international companies, they don't understand our peculiar challenges in Nigeria. They don't understand the peculiar challenges facing each of the host community. For one host community, the problem facing them might be insecurity. For another one, it might be issues of potable water. For another, it might be issue of good schools. For another, it might be issue of just taking care of their chiefs. There are some traditions in Nigeria that, look, they'll be loyal to you if you take care of the elderly ones in their environment.
Yeah.
Right? So once you take care of the elderly ones in their environment, that's all you need. You have their 100% loyalty. And so if it means taking care of the elderly ones in that community, you would earn peaceful. Yes. So the local guys will be more flexible in how they negotiate.
Yeah.
The local guys have a better understanding of the local environment compared to the international guys. And the local guys are more flexible, right? They can tweak whatever agreements they need to have with host community in order to achieve better oil. So that's what I say. They can sweat the assets more. They can they can interact more. Let's not forget that even when the IOCs are operating in Nigeria, they had intermediaries, right?
Yes.
That they are dealing with in order to interact. And so rather than dealing with this community, the local guys can sit down with the elderly man in one community and
yes,
say, look, let's eat fisherman pepper soup. What are your
together,
demands?
what are your demands?
What do you want? How can we make things better? And that's it. And that's what we would achieve.
Okay. Thank you so much for enlightening us, giving us insight into what the implications of some of these continued M&As are for the upstream sector. After the break, we'll return with market updates making the rounds as well as some news highlights. Stay with us.
To clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the triumph.
Lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome back to Economy and Market, and we're moving on to business news making the rounds. CBN says that the $1.25 billion Q1 oil support import bill is not a direct intervention. The CBN has said that the amount represents legitimate foreign exchange transactions conducted by participants in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, not direct CBN intervention. According to the CBN spokesperson, Hakama Sidi Ali, the figure reflects total FX transactions across sectors, including oil and gas, under the willing buyer, willing seller framework. She explained that since the unification of exchange rates in 2023, the NAFEM has operated a market-driven system where forex is sourced and supplied by market participants, not allocated by the central bank. Ali emphasized that the data published in the CBN's Q1 2025 sectoral utilization of foreign exchange report simply captures aggregate utilization by authorized dealers and end users. The bank reaffirmed its commitment to a transparent market-based foreign exchange regime that promotes efficient price discovery, economic stability, and confidence in Nigeria's financial system. They'll move on to a bill that's been proposed by the House of Representatives. The House of Reps is proposing a green tax on plastic manufacturers to curb pollution. The House of Reps ad hoc committee on the ban of single-use plastics has proposed a green tax on manufacturers of polypropylene, a plastic widely used in packaging, disposable cups, woven bags, and household items. At the committee's inaugural meeting in Abuja, the chairman, Tessar Ugbo, said the House will also consider legislation to regulate polypropylene production and promote recycling as part of a national strategy to curb pollution and protect public health. He warned that polypropylene emits toxic chemicals like formaldehyde and benzene during production, contributes to high carbon emissions, and can persist in landfills for up to 500 years. Ugbo said the committee will work with the Environment Ministry and NESRA to design a policy framework for the green tax and integrate recycling into national waste management. He emphasized that the initiative is about sustainability and environmental responsibility, not taxation, as Lagos State also enforces its own plastic ban. Then we'll move on to news around Nest Oil. Police has sealed Nest Oil headquarters as court order takeover over a $1 billion debt. Armed officers of the Nigerian Police Force on Tuesday sealed the Lagos headquarters of Nest Oil Limited following a federal high court order authorizing First Bank of Nigeria and its subsidiary, FBN Quest Merchant Bank, to take over Nest Oil assets over an alleged debt running into $1 billion. The enforcement followed a Mareva injunction issued on October 22, 2025 by Justice D.I. Dikpeolu against Nest Oil, its affiliate, Nekonde Energy Limited, and the firm's promoters, Ernest and Inena Obi Jesse. The court directed the Deputy Inspector General of Police to assist bailiffs and the appointed receiver manager in executing the order. Court filings show that FBN Quest Merchant Bank and First trustees alleged a combined debt of $1.01 billion and 430 billion naira as of September 30, 2025. The ruling also freezes accounts and shareholdings in more than 20 financial institutions. The case was adjourned to November 7 as Nest Oil and its chairman are yet to respond. Nestle hit 72.5 billion profit in 9 months as higher prices boost revenue. Nestle Nigeria PLC has reported a net profit of 72.5 billion naira for the first 9 months of 2025, marking a sharp rebound from the 184 billion net loss recorded in the same period last year. Revenue rose by 33% to 884.5 billion, driven by higher product prices, while gross margins improved to 37% from 31% in the first 9 months of 2024. The company's turnaround was largely supported by a 20.8 billion net foreign exchange gain, reversing a 285.3 billion FX loss in the same period of 2024. Its net finance cost dropped to 53 billion, reflecting improved FX market stability and the ease of pressures on import-dependent manufacturers. Pre-tax profits surged by 150% to 128 billion, while its earnings per share stood at 91.44 naira. However, the Q3 profit margin fell to 7.2%, while the 9-month average was 8.2%. Nestle reduced its total borrowing to 521 billion, maintaining a stronger, more efficient balance sheet. Then we move on to news around GT Co that has reported a net interest income of 952 billion in the first 9 months of 2025. GT Co, GT Guarantee Trust Holding Company, has reported a 22% rise in its net interest income to 952 billion naira for the first 9 months of 2025. This is driven by higher yields and sustained asset growth. Interest income from consumer loans rose to 450.8 billion, while investment securities contributed 547.8 billion. However, interest expense increased by 40% to 278.7 billion amid tighter monetary conditions. Non-interest income grew by 17% to 210 billion, supported by higher digital and e-banking transactions. Trading gains climbed to 77.2 billion, while other income fell to 85.8 billion from 577.4 billion, following the normalization of FX revaluation gain. The bank's operating expenses rose to 365 billion, leading to a 26% drop in its pre-tax profit to 900.8 billion. Its profit after tax fell by 36% to 699.6 billion, with an earnings per share at 20.71 naira. GTCO's total assets increased by 13% to 16.66 trillion naira, supported by loan and deposit growth. After the break, we return with updates from the markets. Stay with us. Okay, let's move on to market update from yesterday. Yesterday, the market closed a bit marginally. It was a marginally bearish movement yesterday in the market, as we saw a 0.09% decline. With the market, the all-share index is still within the 155,000 mark. We saw the market lose around 142.95 points. Market capitalization declined slightly to 98.6 trillion naira, and our total traded volume for the day 525.4 million shares. In terms of value, 25.4 billion naira. Now let's move on to the top gainers of the day. The top gainer of the day was Sovereign Trust Insurance, that saw a 9.88% share price appreciation as its share price hit 4 naira 45 kobo. ASO Savings and Loans continued its bearish movement, 9.72%, as the share price is now at 79 kobo. Beggar Paints up by 9.25%, share price 42 naira 90 kobo. Coronation Insurance WAPIC 6.90% with the share price now at 3 naira 10 kobo. ICO also saw significant gain, 6.13% to hit a share price of 3 naira 98 kobo. On the losing side, we have Mick Nichols down by 8.81% to close at the share price of 3 naira. Lasako Assurance down 8.62% to close at the share price of 2 naira 65 kobo. Livestock Feeds 7.69% decline to close at the share price of 7 naira 20 kobo. John Holt down by 7.69% to hit a share price of 6 naira. Ikeja Hotels PLC down by 7.32% to close at the share price of 19 naira. And in terms of actively traded stocks, we see Sovereign Trust Insurance also being the most actively traded stocks in terms of volume, 42.645 million shares in deals worth around 187.29 million naira. Fidelity Bank for almost 42 million shares in deals worth around 797 million naira. First Holdco 37.7 million shares, deals worth just around 1.19 billion naira. Zenith Bank also recorded a significant trading value and trading volume, 28.142 million shares in deals worth 1.8 billion naira. Then Stanbic was the most traded share in terms of value, 27.509 million shares in deals worth over 3 billion naira. Let's look at the global market. On the side of the global market in the US, it was all greenish yesterday. It was all bullish yesterday from Dow Jones, as investors are reacting to what will be described as tempered inflation numbers in the US. Inflation numbers in the US will end up to 3%, although lower than expected of 3.1. The market is responding to that. Dow Jones up 0.73%, S&P 500 up 0.42%, Nasdaq Composite up 0.95%. From there, we'll move on to Asia, where we see it's been a marginally flat, marginally bearish run in Asia. Nikkei 225, after hitting all-time highs, crossing the 50,000 mark in Japan, it went down yesterday by 58 basis points. The Kospi index also crossed the 4,000 mark, and it went down yesterday by 80 basis points. And in China, and in Hong Kong rather, saw a 33 basis points decline in their stock market with the Hang Seng index. Let's move on to Europe, where it's been a mix from England to France to Germany. 44 basis points in England, 27 basis points in France decline, and we see a 12 basis point decline in Germany. That's the DAX index. And that's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. Thank you for staying with us. I'm David Olujimi.
A beautiful city, city, blue lights on the arena. Everywhere you feel big extra.
Lagos, city of Africa's powerhouse and the heartbeat of Nigeria, popularly referred to as the city that never sleeps, a city with an active commercial, social, and nightlife. Indeed, the center of excellence as it continues to attract both investors and visitors alike. As the host of the major seaport of Nigeria and also the host of the major headquarters of batteries and manufacturing companies, it is that state where true excellence. The state is known to record many firsts. Surprisingly, it has not relented in doing so, and its pulse is felt in Africa and beyond as transformations keep taking daily basis. Expectedly, behind any rapid transformation is a visionary leader. The creation of Governor has proven to be true and continued to steward unprecedented growth and innovation as the true body has remained unwavering. Despite the fact that the state was already empty with the challenges of overpopulation, traffic congestion, and the city of Africa's powerhouse and the heartbeat of Nigeria, popularly referred to as the city that never sleeps, a city with an active commercial, social, and nightlife. Indeed, the center of excellence as it continues to attract both investors and visitors alike of the major seaport of Nigeria, and also the hub of the major headquarters of banks, industries, and manufacturing companies. It is that state true excellence. The state is known to record many firsts. Surprisingly, it has not relented in its pulse is felt in Africa and as transformations keep taking place on a daily basis. Expectedly, behind any rapid transformation, a visionary leader, the administration of Governor Babangida has proven to be true, continued to steward unprecedented growth and innovation as the nation true has remained wavering. Despite the fact that the state was already empty with the challenges of overpopulation, traffic congestion, and the
SEMA, a 501c3 international non-governmental organization in partnership with the United Nations and World Bank, proudly participated in the United Nations General Assembly, 80th and the World Bank annual meeting, championing the cause of artificial intelligence for civil society, turning projects to products. At the sidelines of the 80th United Nations General Assembly in New York, artificial intelligence and a renewed global action plan for sustainable development took center stage as world leaders, policymakers, and innovators gathered to chart a coordinated path for ethical technology adoption and inclusive growth. Trace Inegbedion, head of failure and social experiment at the Semaphore Foundation, provided a compelling perspective noting that artificial intelligence is increasingly shaping how the world approaches social impact and innovation. Panelists including Juwon Olorunipa, Special Advisor to the Governor of Kogi State, Benga Akimbulere of Palo Alto Networks, Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Baide Beki Initiative, and Dr. Ero Ibafidon of the Water Light Safe Initiative, examine the growing influence of artificial intelligence in governance, climate resilience, health, and education. In his address, Benga Kingbulere, staff software engineer at Palo Alto Networks, says the latest version of your AI is the weakest version of your AI because every upgrade must relearn humanity. In Africa, we are proving that innovation isn't just about building smarter systems. It's about building systems that understand people. We are engineering trust, resilience, and purpose into technology. And that's how African innovators are shaping the future of impact. And Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Ebaide Beki Initiative, warned that AI works best when it's embedded in community structures, not imposed from outside. She added that our biggest risk isn't technical, it's trust. At the just concluded World Bank Civil Society Policy Forum, discussions on artificial intelligence and impact engineering dominated conversations, emphasizing their role in driving sustainable development, accountability, and measurable results. Inegbedion explained that these technologies are redefining how solutions are redesigned for real-world impact. The high-level Semaphore Foundation delegation at the World Bank was led by Hawatelo Kamara Diallo, retired United Nations official and founder IBTK Foundation. She was joined by Kome Igbogidi, Richard Ojuri, Dr. Letitia Malcolm, Winnie Mangeni, and other distinguished Semaphore ambassadors, all of whom have been strong advocates for artificial intelligence and human dignity. And during his third civil society town hall, World Bank President Ajay Banga fielded a direct question from Inegbedion on how artificial intelligence agents could move development funding from projects to products, turning commitments into tangible impact.
My name is Chase from Semaphore Foundation. My big question is around digitization you mentioned. We're in the era of ChatGPT and AI agents. A lot of organizations have struggled with assessing jobs, like you mentioned. You know, we've had companies like Utiva and technology startups grow in that space. I'm looking at the kind of allocation and funding that can go into AI agent, supporting the works of the World Bank recently to be making sure that people who are civil society can earn more money, can raise more funds, and also get to recruit more people into the job system. Can you talk about the funding approach to see that we can also start plugging into systems like ChatGPT in helping this space? Thank you.
You're talking about funding for civil society.
Funding for civil society in relation to jobs and access to technology where we can use AI agents.
So we've got this whole, as you know, we've got this whole approach called civil something, right? Which is the effort. We've got lots of acronyms, so you'll have to pardon me. I tend to forget the acronyms. I think there's a bigger topic, which is AI in the emerging markets. And if you don't mind, may I take a minute to answer that? I think it's relevant in a bigger picture. Everybody's talking about big AI. That's the ChatGPT kind of stuff. What does big AI need to be successful? It needs computing power, lots of it. It needs electricity, lots of it. It needs data, lots of it. And it needs people who understand how to use all this, many of them. You tell me how many emerging market countries have these four, and I'll give you a medal. You see? So careful with the idea that big AI will somehow allow a developing country to leapfrog. You have to figure out how to enable that big AI or other AI to be useful to a developing country. And that, I'm not certain, is completely clear to me. So Small AI, on the other hand, which is a different way of describing tools that can be used at the edge of the network, meaning on your phone, so that the computing power required, the electricity required, and all the stuff you need, the data you need, is much less and much more local and much more manageable. Let me give you an example. If I'm a farmer, and you'll hear this in our agribusiness launch this week. If I'm a farmer in a cooperative in Uttar Pradesh in India, or in Kenya, or in Brazil, and I could point a phone at a disease on the crop I'm growing, I don't need to know the name of the disease. I can't pronounce it anyway. But if I could know that disease equal to that insecticide from my cooperative for $3, that's priceless, right? That's small AI at work for a farmer. I saw it in Uttar Pradesh.
The organization used both platforms to announce its upcoming participation at the United Nations Second World Summit for Social Development in Doha. The discussions underscored Africa's growing role in redefining the global narrative on technology, probing that innovation from the continent is not only transformative but deeply human-centered. Destiny Mama for Business Day Television News. Semaphore Foundation.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Amanda Imosibwe. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. 49% of manufacturers unable to access FX from the official market. CBN says $1.25 billion Q1 oil sector import bill, not direct intervention. Access Holding leads Tier 1 banks 291 billion naira e-business revenue in half year 2025. US Embassy urges citizens in Mali to depart immediately. Champions League success powers PSG to record 837 million euros revenue. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the less than 50% of Nigerian manufacturers were unable to access foreign exchange from the official window in the third quarter of 2025, despite recent reforms. According to reports by the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, less than 51% of manufacturers' forex demand was accessed at the official window, despite an improved rate of forex sourcing. The report noted that high exchange rates and limited liquidity were still major challenges for manufacturers in Africa's most populous country. Since the bold move to float the naira, companies no longer waste energy lobbying for scarce official foreign exchange allocations while focusing on improving productivity and competitiveness. Moving on, the Central Bank of Nigeria has clarified its position in the $1.25 billion spent on oil sector imports in the first 3 months of the year, stating that these are legitimate market transactions, not instances of direct CBN intervention in the oil sector. According to Hakama Sidi Ali, CBN spokesperson, the figure reflects total foreign exchange transactions conducted by participants in the Nigerian foreign exchange market across various sectors including oil and gas under the willing buyer, willing seller framework. Ali explained that since the unification of exchange rates in 2023, the NFEM has operated as a market-driven system where foreign exchange is sourced and supplied by market participants, not allocated by the CBN. In her words, the data cited in the report merely captures aggregate utilization by authorized dealers and end users who independently sourced foreign exchange through the market in full compliance with existing regulations, stressing that these are legitimate market transactions, not instances of direct CBN intervention in the oil sector. Still on, Access Holding PLC has emerged as a clear leader among Nigeria's Tier 1 banks in electronic business income for the first half of 2025, generating 101.65 billion naira from digital transactions. According to reports, 5 Tier 1 lenders comprising Access Holdings, United Bank for Africa, Zenith Bank, GTCO, and FBN Holdings collectively earned 290.86 billion naira in e-business income during the period, representing a 2.2% year-on-year decline from the 297.53 billion naira recorded the same period of 2024. However, the 101.65 billion naira electronic channels revenue represents a 37.7% increase for Access Bank compared with 73.81 billion naira in the corresponding period of 2024. The e-business income reportedly represents revenue from electronics channel, card products and related services, including mobile applications, USSD channels, automated teller machines, agency banking, internet banking, and point-of-sales payments. Despite their overall improved performance for the period under review, UBA, Zenith Bank, FBN Holding, and GTCO all strong players in electronic banking reported a notable decline in e-business revenue. Also, armed officers of the Nigerian Police Force on Tuesday sealed the Lagos headquarters of Nestor Limited following a federal high court order authorizing First Bank of Nigeria and its subsidiary, FBN Quest Merchant Bank, to take over the company's assets over an alleged debt running into billions of dollars. The enforcement came after Justice D.I. Dipeolu of the Federal High Court Lagos Division on 22nd October 2025 issued a Mareva injunction against Nest Oil, its affiliate Nencode Energy Limited, and the firm's principal promoters Ernest Azudialu Obejesi and Enena Obejesi. The court order certified by Deputy Chief Registrar Longs G. Longwa directed the Deputy Inspector General of Police Operations to assist court bailiffs and the appointed receiver manager in executing the judgment. According to filings before the court, FBN Quest Merchant Bank Limited and First Trustees Limited alleged that the companies and their directors owed a combined $1 billion and 430 billion naira as of 30th September 2025 across multiple credit facilities. Justice Dipeolu's ruling also froze all bank accounts and shareholdings belonging to Nest Oil, Nencode Energy and their affiliates in more than 20 financial institutions, including Citibank Nigeria, Fidelity Bank, Guarantee Trust Bank, Stanbic IBTC, Standard Chartered Bank, Polaris Bank and Wema Bank. Also, the Federal High Court in Abuja has ruled that Abba Kyari, suspended Deputy Commissioner of Police, and his brother Mohammed Ali must open their defense in the criminal case filed against them by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. In its decision on Tuesday, the court dismissed the no-case submission filed by the defendants in which they argued that the NDLEA failed to establish any case requiring their defense. Kyari and his brothers are facing a 23-count charge for failure to fully disclose their assets, concealment of property ownership, and laundering proceeds of crime. These offenses are contrary to the NDLEA Act and the Money Laundering Prohibition Act 2011. The NDLEA called 10 witnesses and tendered over 20 exhibits to support its case during the trials, while the defendants urged the court to dismiss the charges, claiming that the evidence did not link them to the alleged offenses. Delivering his ruling, Justice James Omotosho rejected their arguments, holding that the prosecution had presented sufficient evidence to require the defendants to respond. To end the local news, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, says the federal government has secured about 700 billion naira for the rollout of 2 million meters annually over the next 5 years under the Presidential Metering Initiative. Adelabu disclosed this on Tuesday in Lagos at the 2025 Nigerian Energy Forum with the theme Powering Nigeria Through Investment, Innovation and Partnership. According to the minister, the fund was obtained from the Federation Account Allocation Committee by the federal government. Adelabu noted that the initiative was aimed at closing Nigeria's metering gaps, improve transparency and enhance the financial stability of the power sector. He said the Presidential Metering Initiative complements the 3.2 million meters being procured through the World Bank's Distribution Sector Recovery Program, positioning the country to bridge the metering gap within 5 years. We're going on a quick break now, and we will bring you the foreign news in details.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy. This is where business meets perspective, with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention biz, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. On the foreign scene, the U.S. Embassy in Mali has urged American citizens on Tuesday to depart immediately as a fuel blockade by jihadists who are battling the country's military-run government renders daily life increasingly dangerous. According to reports, Al-Qaeda-linked fighters have targeted fuel tankers since September, particularly those coming from Senegal and the Ivory Coast, through which most of the majority of Mali's imported goods transit. The jihadists from the Group for the Support of Islam and Muslims, known by its Arabic acronym GNIM, have recently appeared to be seeking to isolate the capital, Bamako, by increasing operations on the surrounding roads. The U.S. Embassy said in a statement on its website that Americans should immediately depart using commercial aviation, citing the unpredictability of Bamako's security situation. The statement also cited disruptions of gasoline and diesel supplies, the closure of public institutions such as schools and universities worldwide, and ongoing armed conflict between the Malian government and terrorist elements around Bamako. Mali has been battling a security crisis for more than a decade, fueled by violence by jihadis affiliated with Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State group, as well as other criminals and gangs. Also, Hurricane Melissa hits Cuba with 120 miles per hour winds after crossing Jamaica as the strongest storm to hit the country in modern history. Prime Minister Andrew Holness had earlier declared a disaster area and warned of devastating impact in Jamaica. According to reports, the extent of the damage in Jamaica will not begin to become clear until daybreak, as Holness warns of damages to homes and hospitals. The hurricane will move northeast towards the Bahamas and Bermuda after hitting Cuba. Now to sports. Paris Saint-Germain have announced record revenue of 837 million euros for the 2024/25 season, driven by their historic UEFA Champions League triumph and strong commercial growth, marking the highest financial performance in the club's history. The Qatar-owned club described 2024/25 as a historic season on both sporting and economic fronts, after clinching their maiden Champions League title with a dominant 5-0 victory over Inter Milan in the final alongside a domestic double. PSG's record-breaking financial year reportedly underscores both their growing global brand appeal and the sporting success that has been long in the club's ultimate ambition under Qatari ownership. To end the news, Nigeria's Flamingos were sent packing from the 2025 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup after suffering a humiliating 4-0 defeat in Italy in their round of 16 clash on Tuesday night in Rabat, Morocco. The 2022 bronze medalists came into the match hoping to extend their stay in the tournament, but were outclassed by the clinical Italian side. Nigeria could have taken the lead midway through the first half when captain Shakira Moshood forced a superb save from the goalkeeper Matilde Rabioni after a fierce shot from the left side of the penalty box. Anna Copelli gave the Italy a breakthrough before halftime, weaving through the Flamingos' defense before slotting past the goalkeeper Sylvia Echefu to make it 1-0. The defeat ended Nigeria's campaign at the tournament as the Flamingos bowed out after a disappointing performance against the informed Italians. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Keep watching BDTV.
In 11/2025, some of the brightest minds in finance, banking, investment, and innovation gathered for a night of celebration and recognition. The occasion was the prestigious Banks and Other Financial Institution Awards, the BAFI Awards, organized by Business Day Media to honor the visionaries shaping Nigeria's economic future. From the red carpet to the main stage, the ambience was vibrant, filled with anticipation, applause, and the aroma of success. The evening celebrated those who had turned bold ideas into thriving enterprises and innovation into inclusion for millions of Nigerians. The awards highlighted one key message: leadership drives progress. Honorees and nominees were praised for transforming challenges into opportunities, financing small dreams, and redefining excellence through community empowerment and sustainability. OPay emerged a standout winner, bagging 3 awards, including Mobile Payment Solutions Provider of the Year.
I'm indeed excited to be here this evening and to have won 3 awards today. It just reflects that what we do is being seen, and we also appreciate our millions of customers out there who we strive to serve. We listen to them and we come up with innovative solutions and products to serve our customers. And that is what we try to do as a fintech in solving the gap that we've noticed in the environment we find ourselves. And of course, trust and safety of funds is key. And that is why we invested so much in coming up with several security features that will give our customers a lot of trust that they can go to bed, that their funds are safe in OPay. And we have done that very well, and the feedback we get is quite impressive. And we, like, even getting this award today is indeed shows that we've done so well. So we thank Business Day, and we also thank our customers who we listen to. We thank our partners, and it's all about collaboration and partnership. OPay is always open to collaboration and partnership, and we are also open to work with other players in the financial services industry to see how we can jointly come up with more innovations to drive financial inclusion.
Coronation was named Best Registrars Company, while Zenith Bank took home the top honor as Bank of the Year.
Well, I feel good, very good actually. Business Day, an award from Business Day is a very good one. This isn't the first time we've been here. We've received awards from Business Day several times in the past, and we're happy to see that we're very well recognized in the financial services industry.
So, what are some of the steps that you think brought you to this juncture, receiving the Buffy Awards?
Service. We prioritize our clients. We always make sure our services are top notch. Operationally, in the area of customer services overall, we serve the customer, so we always do everything we need to do to make sure we're at the forefront of that, and that's what brought us here today.
The awardees also applauded other winners and commended Business Day Media for recognizing excellence and driving growth in Nigeria's financial sector.
On behalf of my team, I want to say thank you once again for recognizing us because it's a lot of hard work that has been put into this. And I can confirm to you that we feel rewarded for that work that has been done on, in terms of our mobile application and in advancement of our digital payments technology. So we feel very great, really, and we are excited.
So, what are some of the steps that have helped you to arrive at this title that you were given today?
Okay, it's been an interesting journey. We moved from our mobile application 2.0 to 2.1. We've been able to add over 200 features to that, and it took us a lot of work to get there because we needed to involve customer experience, gather data. We had a lot of tests done across different devices, different strata, different level of customers and users before we were able to revamp, and until we got to this stage. So it's been a lot of sleepless nights, really, if you understand, but it's rewarding today because we feel elated to have done this. And we give glory to God Almighty.
We at Lotus Bank continue to do the best that we can. Last year at the same event, we were honored with the award for Best Ethical Banking Leadership Award, and this year, we're honored with the Best Ethical and Financial Inclusion Bank of the Year. So it's actually an honor. We are very grateful. We continue everything we try to do. We continue to do it for our customers and continue to ensure that all of our processes and customer experience services are always top notch. So it's an honor, and we really appreciate Business Day for this award.
Well, it feels surreal because we've put in a lot of work, a lot of hard work, grunt work, especially the people at the tech department, the marketers, the product development officers and managers. It's been a lot of work. Everybody, the board itself has been very supportive. So just even getting nominated, it was a gratifying moment. It showed that people could see. We thought we were working in silence. We thought that, well, let's keep working in the next 2-3 years. And then the recognition came. And the recognition is disruptor, digital payments disruptor. And somebody said, disruptor, isn't that negative? I said, no, it's not negative. What it's saying is, watch out for these people. So it's humbling, it's gratifying, it's satisfying, and it simply says there's a lot more work to do. So we cannot rest.
Any recognition just makes us want to do more, so we feel good about it.
So, Providence Bank came in and changed the game. You're going to agree with that. For SMEs especially, and for people who want to just find a bank that they trust. So, what are some of the steps that you took that led you to, receiving this award this night?
Okay, so we had a deliberate strategy. We start by accepting the fact that the SMEs are very important for economic growth, and we have to find a way to support them. We have deliberate strategy to support them. We have 4 areas that we look into. The first one, we do capacity development, where we bring them together, train them, do their working, and then we also give them access to finance. We also introduce them to opportunity to get funding, equity funding, so other than finance, which is bank loan, just people who are happy to put equity investment to help them grow. And then we give them access to markets as well. So these are the 4 areas that we help them. But that's in addition to the various products that we give them, like POS, what we call VPS. This is just make it easy for them to collect payments all the time.
I feel recognized, I feel honored, I'm very happy.
So what are some of the steps that helped you to get to this moment where you're receiving this award this night?
I believe this is all about leadership, and leadership isn't about doing it entirely on your own. Leadership is being able to harness the powers, the talents within the team, and ensuring everybody pulls their weight. And at the end of the day, we all get the results, and well, maybe someone takes the shine on behalf of everybody. But it all speaks to the fact that at the end of the day, we all win, and we all get something done. So
we are very excited. I'm very, very proud of the award because this is a result of hard work, resilience, and professionalism in the market. Ion Global, what we are set for is to distinguish ourselves as one of the best issuing houses offering financial advisory services in Nigeria and across Africa. And in the last 4 years, at least, we've proved to the world that we have the competence, we have the capacity and the capability to do a very good job. And that has shown in over 20 transactions that we've done in the last 4 years.
What are some of the steps that you took to arrive at this juncture of receiving this award?
Well, kudos to our board, who comprises of men of distinct professionalism and high level when it comes to competence and understanding of the market. And what we stand for is quality, right away from the board to the management. And that has shown in everything we have done. We've been able to offer the best of service to our customers, and that has led to deals upon deals. And here we are today. This is one of the reward of good job.
I'm glad it meant that we're doing something good in the industry. I would say thank you and shout out to our clients that really believe in us and believe in our expertise, what we have to deliver. As a private wealth and trust service firm, it's important that at the forefront of our business, we keep our customers in mind, how to support them, set up structures that can, be formidable to warehouse their asset, manage it, and then help them distribute when the time comes to their beneficiaries seamlessly. So yes, to our clients, thank you.
In Lagos on October 11th.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Inside Politics on BusinessDay TV. I'm in your banky work. The clamor for increased representation of women in Nigerian political space has once again come to the fore, as stakeholders await the outcome of the reserve seat bill currently before the National Assembly. The bill, also referred to as Additional or Reserve Seat Bill, seek to alter the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide reservation for women in national and state houses of assembly to address the low number of women in the legislature. If passed into law, the bill will address the long-standing concern of women on their representation in governance and decision-making by ensuring that these special seats are to be contested and filled by women only as a temporary measure to boost their representation. The bill proposes the creation of one special seat for women per senatorial district and for one per federal constituency to be contested by women in general election, of which they will have the same privilege and responsibilities as existing members. All right, how feasible is that special seat for women? That is what we will discuss today on Inside Politics. I have my guests all the way from Ilorin, Kwara State. I have Ahmed Adebowale. He's a civil society actor and gender advocate. I also have joining me from Rivers State is our regular guest, Olalekan Ige, political analyst and also a journalist. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you very much and good afternoon.
Of course, we had a female supposed to be on the program. You'll be wondering this kind of issues that concern women. We don't have a female representation. We had a woman that's supposed to be on the program, a politician. I guess she had urgent travel to Abuja this morning, so she couldn't join. I'm sure she will be on the program some other time. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Olalekan. Let me just read some of the highlights of the bill being proposed here. I think it has passed through the second reading in the National Assembly in the committee stage now. Some weeks ago, several stakeholders were at the National Assembly to make their input into the bill. One of the highlights of the bill said in the 109 member seats, that's in the Senate now, in each of the 36 states, including the federal capital territory, we have additional senatorial seats reserved for women. That's 37 women will be added to the chamber, to the Senate chamber now, increasing the number of members, senator to 146. In the House of Rep, there will be additional seats for each state and federal capital territory for women, reserved especially for women, meaning 37 more women will be added to the House of Rep, which will bring the number to 397 members. At the subnational level, that's at the state level, state assemblies will have a special seat reserved for women from the 3 senatorial districts for each state, ensuring that more women are elected into the state assemblies. So this does not stop women from contesting for other positions. You can contest, but this special seat that will be created will be for women only. But you can contest for position in the House of Rep, in the Senate, from other 3 senatorial positions which existed before, and the House of Rep seats. Women can also contest. Mr. Olalekan, what is your take on this bill?
Well, I don't think there's anything bad in it. If you have to increase women representation in the parliament, I'm in favor of it. I'm sure you know this has its own advantages and disadvantages. But then, if we look at it on a balance of scale, I think the advantages far outweigh the disadvantage. So I'm completely in support for us to have more women in parliament. I'm in support of it.
Ahmed, all the way from Ilorin, you have been a gender advocate. You've been advocating for this for some time. What has been the issue over the years? We've seen few number of Nigerian women elected into. The number has dropped since 1999. Since the beginning of the Fourth Republic, we had, I think in 1999, we had 15 women were elected into the National Assembly. And I think we had 3 in the Senate and 12 in the House of Rep. In the 5th Assembly, 203 to 207, we had 27 women elected into the National Assembly. In the 6th Assembly, in 27 to 2011, we had 34 women, about 7.2%. In 2011 to 2015, we have 26 women elected into Nigeria Parliament, about 5.5%. In 2015 to 2019, we have 23 women. That's the 8th Assembly now. 23 women elected, 5%. In the 9th Assembly, 2019 to 2023, the number come down again to 21 women, 4.5%. In the 4th, that's the 10th Assembly, which we are now, 2023 to 2027, we have only 18 women in the National Assembly, 4 senators, and 14 House of Rep member. What is your take, sir? Ahmed.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Mr. Olalikenge and the rest of. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. It's an opportunity, right? And it's not a very brilliant question if you ask me, because over the years we've been clamoring for women representation in our political system, and such a very that kind of bill is actually coming at a very critical time where we are having a decline in women representation, not even in politics alone, in all spaces of life. We see it's only civil society organization that we have, women that we are not actually discriminating most of the time, do not necessarily, or most of the time, discriminate against them. But when you see in every other facet of life, you discover that women have discriminated, particularly to get to some certain position. Now, let's talk about politics. Given the numbers, the data that you have been given this morning, we discover that we have actually, recorded a decline in representation. So this is a very, critical bill. And the arrangement of how many people are going to be represented is actually also good, because it's going to reflect the reality of our country, so that it's going to create the balance required to see everybody in every region, being represented, particularly women in that region. Thank you.
All right. We also have Adenike Ajiboye joining us. She's a political analyst and a broadcaster here in Lagos State. Good to have you. Good afternoon, Adenike.
Good afternoon. Good to join you on the program.
Of course, you can't discuss issues that concern women, and you don't have them joining you on the program. So I have to make sure. Thank God you join us.
All right, that's
this is an issue that concerns women, and you're a woman.
Yes. Well, I must say this is a very good topic. We look at Africa. Let's look at Africa. If you female representation, really, the rate is quite low, and the reason is not far-fetched. Judging from the National Assembly, talking about the 2023 National Assembly, you found out that out of the 109 Senate seats, you have only about 3% of women. 3, yes. And if you look at the House of Representatives, right, out of the 360, you have only 17 females. And I think this is quite low, which is about 4.5%. But if you look at African countries like Rwanda, you find out that they have about 61%, while in South Africa, it is about 4.5.
Yeah, 46%.
I think 45%.
Yeah. Continue. You can continue. I'm hearing you.
So for me, I feel the time is right, and I feel that women should be encouraged, and I also feel that we should start from the political parties themselves, you will understand or you realize that in most cases, even judging from the funds of these parties, these political parties, when you are contesting for one position or the other, the money is way too much. And then you find out eventually most women cannot really afford these amounts of money. So there's a lot of, challenges that is, not making women to come forward. And even when they come forward, who are those supporting them? You find out that politics in Nigeria, it's still very difficult for you to separate money politics from it. So you just have to have enough money, because when you look at funds of millions of naira, how many women can actually afford this? You understand me? And even when you look at different careers, you begin to wonder how females will come out. So women have been relegated to the background. And talking about gender equity, I think it would just be right for more women to be supported and having seats at the parliament.
All right. Let me go to Ahmed now, who has been a gender advocate for a while. What is Sean Ilori there? I know contesting and winning election in Nigeria has become difficult for women because of the violence and so much involved. Nika just raised the issue of money politics, which have also affected the number of women who are contesting and winning election. Our political system has been monetized over the years. If you don't have billions or somebody money back sponsoring somewhere, you can never. It's very difficult for you to win election. Considering the huge amount of money involved in winning, even to buy party form, to buy ticket, you have to pay so much. Not talk of having a polling agent across the state. We are contesting for a governor. What is the situation in Kwara State? What is your experience monitoring election that women have contested? What have stopped them over the years from winning election?
The question is for me, right?
Yes, Ahmed, yes.
All right, thank you so much. Because I was trying to get the question, you were asking what has been the
challenge women have faced, women position have faced, yes,
for women to contest elections.
What has been the challenge they have faced
in
winning election?
Apart from the money politics that has been in existence, there's also cultural norms that relegate women from participating to lead position, particularly in Kwara State. Because of the understanding that as a woman you have to be in your husband's kitchen. Your responsibilities, you're not supposed to be at that front, and that is what is happening. That is what, even if we are actually, as civil society organization, we are championing gender equality. We're always very, very careful, because it is that kind of conversation is sensitive in Kwara State. Gender equality is a sensitive conversation in Kwara State, particularly when we're talking about environment that are core. So most of the time, it also affects the political landscape and giving an opportunity for women to participate in election. So apart from the money part of it, the fact that why should it be a governor? Why should women be our representative? Why should this be this? It's also there. So that is the challenge that has been in existence.
Of the religious nature. I mean, Islam and all that. I schooled in Ilorin. I realize, I understand now.
Of course, connected with cultural understanding or context in that environment. Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Rivers State and speak to Ale Koinge. Are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
In the south, there seems to be, try the south. Women, we are seeing more women contest election. There's no, I think the cultural barriers have not there, but you can't say compared to what we have in Kwara State, the north, that Ahmed is talking about. What is the situation in Kwara, in Rivers State, women contesting election and winning? What have held them back, and how has it been? In recent years, seen a drop in number of women.
It's been that of a mixed reaction.
Yes,
I would say that in the present House of Assembly in Rivers State, I think we have just about 2 women, in the Rivers State House of
Assembly. How many members do we have in the House?
There are 32 members of Rivers State House of Assembly. Presently, I think we just have only 2 women in the Rivers State, House of Assembly. Wow. And out of the 13 House of Reps states that we have in Rivers State, only one is a woman. Then out of the 3 senatorial seats in the River State, 1 is a woman. So out of the 3 senators, we have 1 that is a woman. Out of the 13 House of Rep seats, we have 1 that is a woman. And out of the 32-member River State House of Assembly, we have 2 that are women. However, recently, local government elections were conducted in River State, and all the vice chairmen of the 23 local governments in River State are women. So you could say, in terms of local government administration, women have some inroads because of the 23 local government vice chairmen, 23 are female, women are women.
Okay, all of them are women. All the vice chairmen are women. It was reserved for women.
23 vice chairmen, yes,
Wow.
all the 23 vice chairmen are women. So you could say, look, they've been able to make a major inroads,
a major breakthrough.
Government at the, at the local government level. And I can say that of all the local governments too, at least 3 women are councillors in each of the local government areas. That was a consensus, effort to at least have 3 women in each of the local government areas. So if you look at it very well, there are 319 wards, 319 electoral wards in Rivers State, and out of that 319, we have about 69 or 70 or thereabout, that are women.
Okay, do you think without this legislation in place, women can win election? Can they? You think we can't do without it? Because you just mentioned the example of Rivers State where you say, maybe it appears there was a special agreement that all the vice should be women. Do you think this is what we need across the country? And without this, it will be difficult. Just like the numbers are telling us now, there's a drop in number of women who are elected into the parliament at the federal, at the state level.
Sure.
Do you think without this? Do you think without this drop, without these laws in place, or with agreement like this in place, the situation will not improve, or may get worse?
No, I think a law reserving seats for women in the parliament will strengthen their position. Remember that it is the political parties that are vehicles. They are the platforms upon which people aspire into elective positions. And without making it a law, you'll find out that a lot of political parties may still foot drag, especially when it comes to giving opportunities for women to contest election. But we have a law. A law now makes it mandatory. And I hope and pray that in that law, it also be clearly stated that any political party that does not fulfill the requirements as stated by the law, for women to contest election, such political parties should not be allowed to contest general elections in Nigeria. We need to put a clause that will ensure that political parties are now forced, by the law to have women, contest for elective position. Because without that, some political parties may not even want to pay. But once they know that it's mandatory,
yes,
to have such a reservation, once they know that it's mandatory for them to have it and be able to contest general election, I'm sure political parties will now make it mandatory to ensure that they fulfill what the law says before they can contest for general elections.
Let me go to Nika. Nika, you're in Lagos State. I know you've covered so many elections here in Lagos State. But I also know that the Lagos State House of Assembly, you have only 3, I think maybe 40 members, we have only 3 who are women. And we know the challenges that women have faced in contesting election in Lagos State. What has been your experience so far? Women who have contested election, some of the challenges they faced, and why we have this number. Hello, Nika. Are you there? Hello? Hello, Nika. We seem to have lost Nika there. Okay. Let me go back to Ahmed. Ahmed.
Yes, I'm with you.
All right. So are you confident that that this situation can change? Do you believe in what Olalekan just said, that we did a sort of, there's a university was just making a point where there was an agreement where that all the vice vice chairman should be women, female. Do you think that is what we need to change this number?
Thank you so much.
Without this, probably the number will get worse. Things will not change.
The reason, to begin with, I align with what Mr. Olalekan said, because even from the standpoint of a civil society organization person, CSO person, I can tell you that most of the time we're always interested in policy change, policy advocacy, because we believe that with that, it's going to be binded in law, not just in good faith. So we don't want to leave the fate of our women into just run a set of people deciding, okay, you go there, you go and do, don't, you cannot take this particular role, go to something lesser. So when law is now, binding them to do the needful, to give women equal representation as expected, I think that way is going to also give them that sense of belonging required. And about whether or not it's going to, cause just number growing and all of that. You see, for me, we have the numbers. And when you look at it also, you will discover that the numbers that are even representing us, when you look at the standpoint, you see, for instance now, from Kwara State now, we have 3 senatorial districts, Kwara North, Kwara South, and Kwara Central. So the Kwara Central, 4 local government, Kwara North, 4 local government, and Kwara South, we have close to 7 local government. So now, talking about that kind of arrangement, we can still try to modify to be able to, integrate women, not necessarily have additional number. We can probably, maybe there's a way they go about it to be able to have a balance, to be able to have women, being represented. That way, whatever that has to do with women will be able to champion, advance the cause as it pains them. Because even we that we are actually advocating for gender, for women gender, we discover that we are being seen as most of the time, looking at where we have learning, for instance, women rapper, people that are, you don't have a voice. Why women? Because we believe women should also have a say. So that is the thing. So when the law is binding this particular idea, it's going to give that balance and also give them a room to have a voice where it is needed.
Do we have Nika back? Nika, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I was just asking, our time is almost over. I was just asking what the situation in Lagos State. What has been the situation in Lagos State? I know we have only 3 members in the Lagos State Assembly who are female. Quickly, within 1 minute, could you tell us, you've been covering the election for so many years now. What has been the challenge women have faced? I know violence is pronounced in our election. What has been your experience so far that have held women back? On the field report now.
Well, like I told you earlier, I talked about the funds aspect.
Beyond the funds aspect now.
I think culture also plays a role in the sense that there are so many people who believe, for instance, talk about churches, talk about mosques. These religions, sometimes they've always give prominence to men. And so for many of them, they feel that there are certain positions that women are meant to occupy or hold. You understand? And so I think they've also brought this into this religious, perception into politics, which I think shouldn't be. Now, let's also look at our democracy. Honestly, if you ask me, democracy cannot, mature to the level you and I are expecting if you don't have, high percentage of women representation when it comes to parliament. For instance, even in our homes, you find that for any home to be to continue to grow aright in terms of talk about even the man. You agree with me? There's a saying that says behind every successful man, there's a woman. So if we have this mentality that there's a lot a woman can do, then we will begin to see reason why women must be well represented.
All right. Let me cut you there due to time. You can't run away from the fact that you have to some of these things, some of the issues that have had. Look at what happened in 2023 election. Some of the challenges, the violence that was unleashed on the voters. How will a woman be able to? A lot of people were afraid to come out. Actually, I think these are the issues I wanted you to say.
Academic experience then. Because even the society, there's a lot of sensitization that we should begin to do. Because even the ordinary market woman, the ordinary man on the streets, they all believe that it is the man that can spend the money. So there's no way, there's no background a woman is coming from. In most cases, you still have to have the support of the male politicians. If the male politicians are not giving you support, then it's a problem. You can't even have your space there. Do you understand? So, but I think going forward, what should be is that there should be a kind of quota right from the political parties in their primaries. They should give them a percentage that must be occupied by women. I think that is just the right place to start. Once they know that social percentage has been given for women in parliament, then they will know that they will have to give these women opportunity for them to contest. Either they have the money or not. Either they reduce the form amount for women in comparison to the men. Because how many women are even ready to go? Another one is timing. Do you understand? Most women, again, they want to, they want to be responsible in their homes. And what time do politicians also meet? You are talking of
1
3
a.m.
hours.
1 a.m. 2 a.m. That is when they meet. 1 a.m.
They have their meetings. And the society also believes a lot of women in politics, they tag them as prostitutes. Do you understand? So there are so many issues to deal with for women to begin to take their place and be well represented in parliament.
All right, thank you very much. Our time is up. Let me just go to Olalekan. But a lot of people believe this bill will not be passed by the National Assembly. We saw similar bill being knocked down National Assembly in 2022. I don't know if you have any reservations about this bill. Just within the seconds, do you have any reservation that this bill will be passed by the National Assembly?
I don't have any reservations. I think for now everything is on course. I think women should also start some subtle advocacy. The wife of the president is a woman. They can begin to advocate, get across. Of course, women are powerful enough to be able to influence certain decisions in their favor. So while the bill is going on in the National Assembly, they can begin to lobby and advocate, lobby powerful people to support the bill at the National Assembly.
Thank you very much. We're looking at the visibility of special seats for women by the bill in National Assembly, which is being worked on, and stakeholders have actually made input. A lot of us are hoping that National Assembly can pass that, because the numbers are not smiling. Of course, Nigeria is not even in the top 30 countries in Africa when you talk about women representation in politics at the national level, with 3.83% of women that we have at the parliament level, both at the state and at the federal level. Nigeria is not within the first 30 in Africa. That's the program for this week. My name is Inyo Bongiwo. You can tune in to your YouTube channel to watch our previous editions. Stay tuned to BusinessDay Television. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable, where we discuss issues, particularly key issues in our country. Just try to break them down to your understanding and then look at the implication of some of these things. Interestingly, today we're going to discuss the recent change of guard, as it were. I mean, the president last week changed the service chiefs, retired some and appointed new ones. We're going to look at how that will help in the fight against insecurity in the country. And of course, again, we'll also be looking at the creation of states. The National Assembly is going on there with this constitutional review, and there were about 55 proposals sent to the National Assembly for state creation, out of which the Joint Committee of the National Assembly on the Joint Committee of the Senate and the House of Representatives have scaled down to about 6. And we are not talking about possible creation of 6 new states in the country, which would take, if that's approved, would take the number of states from 36 to about 42. Well, would that be? Will it not be? Those are some of the issues we are going to discuss today. And as usual, I have with me in the studio the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Agomo Zebulon, and of course the assistant editor in Business Day, Mr. Chuka Uroko. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Like I said in my intro, we now have new service chiefs in the country. As you recall, last week the president decided to do something that the former president didn't do from about 2015 all the way to 2021. It was so much pressure because when people were like, look, change the service chiefs because we are not seeing much of improvement in what it is that they are doing because of insurgency, banditry, and what have you. But just a little over 2 years, Tinubu has decided to change the service chiefs. The former chief of army chief was elevated to become the chief of defense staff. That is Lufemi Oluyede, formerly chief of army staff, but now the chief of defense staff. Newly appointed chief of army staff is now the Major General YD Shuaibu, and of course also appointed as the chief of air staff is the Air Vice Marshal Sunday Neke, and of course again the chief of naval staff is Rear Admiral Idi Abbas. These are the new service chiefs, and these are the people that we hope probably change the security situation and turn the security situation around. I'm going to ask you, maybe I should start with you, Sunday editor, Mr. Agomo. In your view, how do you see the president's decision to change these service chiefs?
Yeah, thank you very much, Josh. In the first place, I can say that it was long in coming. Many Nigerians had expected a change before that. In fact, last Sunday, we had wanted to do a story on the need for a change in the guard. So it was just coincidental that such a thing happened, which means people were already anticipating that such a thing could happen. So you cannot continue patronizing something that is not working. So the only thing that remains constant is change. Yeah. When you apply what you think should bring solution and nothing is happening, the best thing is just to change pattern. So that was the president simply did. So for me, I think it was right. It was the right decision to have taken that decision. The former president, the now late President Muhammadu Buhari of the blessed memory, paid deaf ears to the calls for change of service chiefs. When the country was even burning, people were saying, why not rejig these service chief portfolios? The man kept quiet until things went out of hand completely. So I think that what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had done was just to say, no, I cannot continue opening my eyes and things continue to get worse. So whether the rejigging is the solution to the ravaging insecurity across the country is yet to be seen. But to say whether the rejigging was rightly done, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Chuka, I was going to, let me come to you because what you just mentioned is what I was actually going to ask, but let me still ask you. I mean, many will argue that, look, we've seen this, changing of the service chiefs a number of times. We've seen again and again, but it doesn't look like it's bringing about the desired result. So I want to ask you, is changing of service chiefs the way to go? I mean, given the the kind of insecurity we are seeing in the country. Is changing of service chief the solution?
Well, thank you for that question. And I think my answer is straight yes. Yes, in the sense that, just as my colleague pointed out, when you do something anticipating the result, and that result is not forthcoming, the next best thing to do is to do again and see whether this time around, because you cannot say for sure that what you have done will give you just 100% assurance or complete 100% result of your expectations. So to the extent that man will always expect change when he takes certain actions. Of course, even at family level, you will try this, you will try that. If it doesn't bring the expected result, you try something else to see whether that something different will happen. But why it is sometimes you cannot say things with certainty in Nigeria is that we have seen changes, one change after another, and it seems the same result is what we get. So some people will even argue, is there any need for this change? Okay, if there's no need for change, what else can we do differently? Then somebody will tell you maybe invest more in security. But in the days of the former president, we saw investment, huge investment into security. Yet, it was as if the more you invest money, pump money into security architecture of the country, the worse things became. So I want to believe that perhaps we'll go look beyond change of gas, look beyond huge investment, and see whether something else will happen. Because even in the present action of our dear President Tinubu, people are suspecting extraneous reasons or factors that actually led to the change. Because it was so sudden, perhaps he wanted to show that, I can outsmart, or I can do things that people don't expect and get the result that I need or I seek. People cite extraneous reasons for what happened, but that is just a story for another day. What we are just looking for is let this change bring the expected result. And following up to the change is a change of maybe how do we invest? How do we invest in security so that we can get the desired results? We see some of the former service chiefs. Many of them are living large. Many of them are living big. Nobody knows where the salary, how fat their salary was when they were there. That is still sustaining them to the extent of people establishing business enterprises and things like that. So it's good reason. It's a welcome and development that change was made. Okay. But how far that can take us is still a matter for conjecture.
Okay, thanks, Chuka. Really, some people actually have linked this, changing of service chief, this one that the president has just done now, to the rumored coup, of course. But of course, government, when the president was, changing, the press release that was signed by one of the president's Sunday Dare, he actually talked about the need to strengthen the security architecture. I think that was the reason they cited. But of course, some people have said, look, this has to do with the alleged coup that said to have was being plotted, really. But when you talk about investment in the maybe more investment, I don't know how much of investment, Mr. Zeb, how much of investment can be made, to strengthen the security architecture of the country, because we've seen incremental, investment in the for defense, the defense budget, as we've seen, in some increment year in, year out. So, how much of investment can be made here?
Yeah, thank you. Let me step back a little bit to comment on the reason why Nigerians are still believing that the reason for the rejigging was because there was a budge coup. Despite the fact that the government, the presidency had refuted it and the military itself had also refuted it, the thing has stuck. And it goes to show you how distrust in society has run deep. Many Nigerians have so much lost interest, faith in government that whatever information they get from the government, they believe that it's not credible, it's not true. So it's unfortunate that we have descended to a situation where people no longer believe their government. That said, investment in military has continued, as you use the word incrementally, gotten big to the point that Nigeria, yes, we heard recently that we've been trying to get some military hardware from other countries. Efforts have been made on a consistent basis to import some of these things from outside the country and some of the countries that are well known to do this. Government is making a lot of efforts, yes, and a lot of money is being pumped in, not only just now, even in Buhari administration, a lot of money was invested, but unfortunately, allegedly, a larger part of such investments were stolen away.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, to the point that some people use the thing to build their own, to make their own investment, their individual investment, and nothing happened. I listened to Senator Adams Oshimole some time ago on the floor of the Senate, moving that the Senate should probe the budget of the military. Unfortunately, the military ruled against it and said they had no power to probe into the budget. And it was curious. So it shows you the kind of country we are in, that the Senate openly said they had no powers to probe the spending of the military. A lot of money is being budgeted, and people are helping themselves. And Nigerians are not happy about that. Going by the reasons, some of the reasons that the president had, for which reason some of the information he had, for which reason he decided to reject it, or that some of these people may not even be what we thought they were. Some of the leaders have been also linked to some of the things that we want to flush out. In the past, we had read stories, we have had stories, we have had information about some of these leaders, even colluded with crude oil theft.
The military leaders.
The military leaders. In Niger Delta is their fishing trough, where they allegedly get themselves involved in crude oil theft. Some people who are supposed to know, Sari Dokubo, when he visited President Tinubu in the early days of his administration, said that pointedly in Asoro, that some of these people were involved. And we know some of them also, just my colleague mentioned that some of them are living big on retirement. And nobody questions how they come by the money they made. So to answer your question, or to comment on what you said, despite the budget, the huge budget, because incrementally the thing had been growing.
Yeah.
So Nigeria is not really reaping what is
the
benefit of such investment. If we were reaping the benefit of such investment, we wouldn't be having the high level of insecurity. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria has high level of insecurity. If today in Bauchi, it was being reported, or in some places, that bandits are levying farmers up to today, levying some communities, that if you don't pay, we are not going to your farm, you are not carrying certain activities. And if today communities in Katsina State is signing an agreement with bandits, if today, despite all that we have, Borno State is a no-go area, killings are going on, ISWAP is controlling some communities in Borno, and as we read and hear, then you know that we need a more serious security architecture, security chiefs. Now that they have been appointed, they should hit the ground running, not just they should go beyond the euphoria of appointment.
Yeah. So there's something curious about this, changing of security chiefs from time to time. As it is the custom with the military, tradition. Whenever new service chiefs are appointed, right, those who are senior to the one who has become either chief of army staff or chief of defense staff will just have to go. I mean, because you cannot be answerable to, cannot be under the control of your junior. And so from about 2015 to now, we've seen like almost 500 of such, retirement. So retiring prematurely,
after spending a lot of money
training them. So then you ask yourself, this frequent changing of service chiefs, as it were, is it not counterproductive? Because you spend so much money training these guys, and then all of a sudden, and then you pick not really a junior, over and above those who are senior, and then the senior will just have to go. I mean, at the end of the day, is it not counterproductive? Given the resources that has been put into training these guys, and then given the fact that those very experienced general, brigadier general, major general, and then because they have to go, and the same thing in the Navy, also in the Air Force. It's just the three military arms. So we see so many of them, just retire when they are not supposed to retire. And then you can no longer use their services.
At 50-something, you are retiring a general.
I think my answer to that is we have a country where, consciously or unconsciously, we cut our nose in order to spy the face. Most of these people who are retired recently, majority of them are still very young. Even if we're talking about just the most recent action that was taken. Majority of them are still very young. And they have been asked to go. But why that has to happen is quite understandable, because when these people rise as big boys, so to say, they can be, these other older colleagues won't be answerable to them again. And for them to even feel comfortable where they are, these other ones have to give way. Otherwise, they won't feel comfortable. They won't feel safe. But I think one development that I've heard since the appointment of the new chief of staff is that these older ones are being asked to help, provide guidance, provide advice, provide whatever they can to guide the new chiefs. But anybody who have asked to leave the service, he won't give you 100% of his time or whatever you can give to the country. Because retiring somebody means there's nothing again I can do with you. It's an indictment, even though it is not done in a brutal way. Oh, if you retire somebody from service, it means we have finished, we are an expired force. Forget the fact that these service chiefs, I want to believe that they don't even have all the power to act the way they should act in fighting insecurity. Because sometimes when some people are arrested, some bandits or terrorists are arrested, everybody has that. Have you ever seen the face of any arrested bandit or terrorist? They are hidden. But in some locations, when they arrest somebody, oh, you are a bandit, the cameras are all over them. So there's a collusion between even the government and those who are. No, it's a lot of things. Because some people know these bandits, who go and negotiate with them, and come back to report to the government. If government is sincere with fighting terrorism, why not arrest the person who is a negotiator? Take us to these boys. If government is actually looking for the bandits, it's not difficult to get them. So if you were a service chief, whether Air Force or Army or Navy, and you find yourself in this kind of situation, are you not even praying that I should go? Let me even go and have my peace. So it is counterproductive because we are losing a lot of manpower,
experience
soldiers.
generals.
So in the case of any uprising arising between Nigeria and another country, I find that Nigeria will struggle.
Wow.
It will struggle to fight even a very small country around. Because the people that were used or leveraged to fight a war or to fight even the common insecurity we're talking about, majority of them would, if you listen to commentaries on television about insecurity, what could be done, you find that they are retired major generals, retired generals, and all young men.
They are
young people.
Yeah.
You see them talking and they have all the intelligence.
They have young men.
But they are no longer...
Because also in Nigeria, they also rise very fast.
Some people, even though they didn't go to school, they have the exhausted, they are not, some of them didn't fight any war.
They rise very fast.
And they rise fast, and then within a short time, they are down. So they go and establish a security outfit, come to be talk. You know, talk is cheap.
And they invite them to come to
give
summit, conferences. That's what
that they will not take serious.
Okay, thank you. But there's another thing I need to point. I need to also bring up in this appointment by the Tinubu. We've seen, unlike in the case of the former, the late head of the late President Buhari, we've seen some ethnic balancing in this appointment. We've seen that, for instance, the defense chief now, General Oluyede, from Ekiti State, that's Southwest. We've seen Major General Swaibu from Kogi, that's North Central. We've seen Vice Marshal Aneke from Southeast, as Enugu, to be specific, Southeast. We've seen Rear Admiral Abbas, from Kanu. That's northwest, and of course we've seen the one that was retained, Major General Odiane Ndeye from Cross River State. That's south. We've seen this is different from what we saw under
the days of
Buhari. So at least we didn't have anybody
ethnic balance.
So, but I mean, we can also ask, really, is there really need for this ethnic balancing? For instance, can we just have competent army chief or army top military brass who can just do the job? So because we talk so much about ethnic balance, is there any
again, what I want to say here is because of the country we are in. Nigerians see things from the prison of ethnicity and religion. And once you don't balance this,
that way,
you are in trouble. We are not a people that believe that whoever and wherever a good leader comes from, so far he or she is delivering the real results.
Interesting.
We are all good for it. But here,
it must be our brother and his brother.
It must be my sister. So if it is your brother and he's doing well, I will not acknowledge it. And it's unfortunate. And that's also drawing us backward. So if you are not balancing, there is this thing called quota. We have it in education, we have it in civil service, we have it in the military. So there must be that balancing to show that we are Nigerians. So that is why every president must be very careful. If you look at the appointment the president had made as a president, you see that it's tilted towards
one side of
the country, and that has been raising dust. And even if you come to the southwest also, some people will tell you that it's
still within one area.
It's a Lagos state.
Yeah.
So these things are very, very important when you are a leader, when you are choosing, when you are balancing. So To that effect, I can tell you that we are not growing past that for now. That is where we are stuck.
Okay.
But the onus lies on those who have been appointed to at least deliver
on their
Yes, and not to disappoint the nation.
Not to disappoint. I think also, you see, that is where loyalty.
Yeah, so much is expected from them, and I hope that they will do the nation proud. So we make a short break. Very quickly, we talk about state, and I will wrap it up for today. Welcome back. You are still listening to Business Day Television, where we discuss key issues in our country. Well, we've been in a couple of minutes or so. We've been talking about the appointment of new service chiefs by Mr. President. Try and see how they can deal with the issue of insecurity in the country, such that Nigerians can feel free to go about their normal business, especially those who have been barred from having access to their farm. Can do so because, of course, we know how important it is for farmers to be able to have access to their farm, and then they produce their crops, and then cause security in the country. Now, gentlemen, let just before we go, let us look at this issue of state. The National Assembly is embarking on a constitution review. One of the key things in that constitution review is the fact that some different part of the country are asking for creation of new state, creation of more states. 5 proposals were received by the National Assembly, and so Assembly are down to state of creating new 6 new, and then each from the 6 geopolitical zones.
Get one.
To get one. And then the question to ask, do we need because really, and this new state we are come from, because if you go to the governor, you're going to have all of these new states.
Do we need new states? I would say no. Because you ask yourself, the existing ones, how viable are they? I want to believe that what Nigerians need is not about a new states. It's about governance. Look at where we are at the moment. 2 years to the next general election. What we are seeing is just governance has gone on holiday. It is politicking. Now, as you just mentioned by yourself, that if we have new states, we also need new governors, we need all the things that make up a state. Then some of the existing states cannot even pay salaries of their workers. Some of them are not generating enough to take care of their problems in the revenue. Everybody's looking up to the center. And the center has just one source of income. Of course, that's what we are told, because we do know that there are other maybe non-oil sectors of the economy. But everybody's eye is just on the oil, which, of course, you cannot depend on it, it not going up as before. The time to when a barrel of oil was going for more than $100. Today is way below that amount. And yet everybody everybody goes to Abuja to get what. So from 36 states, we're now going. What if they had one? If they have $1 to share today by 36, it's not enough today. By the time they are 42, that still have maybe less than $1, it will be a crisis situation. So for me, there's no need for new state creations. If at all they have to be, why not balance up some way down? Take for instance Southeast. It's just five states in that part of the country, and it's a whole geopolitical zone. In some other places they have, I don't know, like even the West. You know how many there are. Such people want to stay, and then let's say let everybody and go back and struggle for yourself. So, critically speaking, I just say there's no need for new states. What we need is good.
Thank you, Chuka. Actually, all the geopolitical zone, 66 states, not west that has 7, and of course southeast
that has
5. I don't know. What is a state? Chuka talk about the need for maybe southeast zone that has 5. The rest have except West.
Thank you for our time. It's difficult to say blanket no. If you are creating a state, additional state, at least there's no need for too many other. If you are adding more states, that means you give Southeast about 2 more. But a state is okay if you are balancing, because the number of states you have in a geopolitical zone determine how many people you have in the Senate, how many people you have in the House of Representatives. So it obtains
into creation of new states, yeah.
And I was appalled listening to Ned on channel.
Going for Anioma.
He was saying Anioma. I said, for Christ's sake, for crying out loud, how is Anioma southeast? Anioma is in Delta,
which is south,
and you are because of either personal
selfish interest.
Because everybody wants to become a governor.
Yeah.
Because these days we are talking about states are not viable. States are viable by virtue of what fact is dishing out to them. Everybody now is a multi-billionaire. Every state governor, every state now takes delivery of a lot of billions at the end of whether they are generating anything by virtue of internally generated revenues or not. They are getting a lot of money, which does not reflect in the lives of their people, unfortunately. So that is why
that's where the focus should be, really. What the money that goes and not
it's just racketeering. People are just otherwise. People shouldn't be talking about more additional
states.
If we are creating state, it has to be in a place where there is only 5 states in a geopolitical zone. Other people have 6. By the time we want to equate it with overpopulation, why now we're letting with other 6? Because if we continue to say, the point will also be saying, we need an additional one to come to 7. Those who have 6 now, if you create more,
they will have 7.
That is will also be at the receiving end. So there is no end to this. There
are not West that has the 7 currently. If you create additional, it will have 8.
So
we still be ahead.
Imbalance will continue.
So the imbalance will continue. Yeah.
So the truth of the matter, if we cannot, and if we mean well for ourselves, let's see where there is need for this creation, not because of politics. People want to become governors, or people want to achieve one thing or the other because of I listened to the Senator Nwoko. He was talking about the revenue from oil. Do you know that they can sustain themselves because of the revenue from oil? Perhaps that's what
as if there's resource control has not happened.
So Nigerians should be patriotic enough to know that the interest of this country comes first before their own selfish interests.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, so very much for a very vibrant discussion this afternoon. This is where we're going to wrap it up for today. And I think it's so interesting to listen to you, gentlemen. State think that Nigeria is most state, but I think that the current state, the 36 state that we have, to manage the resources properly, such that the people, the citizen, can feel the impact of the resources that we currently, not to create most state just for purposes of some people wanting to become governors and all of that. All right, this is where we're going to wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for listening. My name is Joshua Bassi. Until we come next week, please keep watching Business Day Television.
Semaphore Foundation, a 501c3 international non-governmental organization in partnership with the United Nations and World Bank, proudly participated in the United Nations General Assembly 80th and the World Bank annual meeting, championing the cause of artificial intelligence for civil society, turning projects to products. At the sidelines of the 80th United Nations General Assembly in New York, artificial intelligence and a renewed global action plan for sustainable development took center stage as world leaders, policymakers, and innovators gathered to chart a coordinated path for ethical technology adoption and inclusive growth. Trace Inegbedion, head of Failure and a Social Experiment at the Semaphore Foundation, provided a compelling perspective, noting that artificial intelligence is increasingly shaping how the world approaches social impact and innovation. Panelists including Juwon Olorunipa, Special Advisor to the Governor of Kogi State, Benga Akimbulere of Palo Alto Networks, Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Baide Beki Initiative, and Dr. Ero Ibafidon of the Water Light Safe Initiative, examined the growing influence of artificial intelligence in governance, climate resilience, health, and education. In his address, Benga Kingbulere, staff software engineer at Palo Alto Networks, says the latest version of your AI is the weakest version of your AI because every upgrade must relearn humanity. In Africa, we are proving that innovation isn't just about building smarter systems. It's about building systems that understand people. We are engineering trust, resilience, and purpose into technology. And that's how African innovators are shaping the future of impact. And Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Ebaide Beki Initiative, warned that AI works best when it's embedded in community structures, not imposed from outside. She added that our biggest risk isn't technical, it's trust. At the just concluded World Bank Civil Society Policy Forum, discussions on artificial intelligence and impact engineering dominated conversations, emphasizing their role in driving sustainable development, accountability, and measurable results. Inegbedion explained that these technologies are redefining how solutions are redesigned for real-world impact. The high-level Semaphore Foundation delegation at the World Bank was led by Hawatelo Kamara Diallo, retired United Nations official and founder IBTK Foundation. She was joined by Kome Igbogidi, Richard Ojuri, Dr. Letitia Malcolm, Winnie Mangeni, and other distinguished Semaphore ambassadors, all of whom have been strong advocates for artificial intelligence and human dignity. And during his third civil society town hall, World Bank President Ajay Banga fielded a direct question from Inegbedion on how artificial intelligence agents could move development funding from projects to products, turning commitments into tangible impact.
My name is Chase from Semanfo Foundation. My big question is around digitization you mentioned. We're in the era of ChatGPT and AI agents. A lot of organizations have struggled with assessing jobs, like you mentioned. You know, we've had companies like Utiva and technology startups grow in that space. I'm looking at the kind of allocation and funding that can go into AI agent, supporting the works of the World Bank recently to be making sure that people who are civil society can earn more money, can raise more funds, and also get to recruit more people into the job system. Can you talk about the funding approach to see that we can also start plugging into systems like ChatGPT in helping this space? Thank you.
You're talking about funding for civil society.
Funding for civil society in relation to jobs and access to technology where we can use AI agents.
So we've got this whole, as you know, we've got this whole approach called civil something, right? Which is the effort. We've got lots of acronyms, so you'll have to pardon me. I tend to forget the acronyms. I think there's a bigger topic, which is AI in the emerging markets. And if you don't mind, may I take a minute to answer that? I think it's relevant in a bigger picture. Everybody's talking about big AI. That's the ChatGPT kind of stuff. What does big AI need to be successful? It needs computing power, lots of it. It needs electricity, lots of it. It needs data, lots of it. And it needs people who understand how to use all this, many of them. You tell me how many emerging market countries have these four, and I'll give you a medal. You see? So careful with the idea that big AI will somehow allow a developing country to leapfrog. You have to figure out how to enable that big AI or other AI to be useful to a developing country. And that, I'm not certain, is completely clear to me. So small AI, on the other hand, which is a different way of describing tools that can be used at the edge of the network, meaning on your phone, so that the computing power required, the electricity required, and all the stuff you need, the data you need, is much less and much more local and much more manageable. Let me give you an example. If I'm a farmer, and you'll hear this in our agribusiness launch this week. If I'm a farmer in a cooperative in Uttar Pradesh in India, or in Kenya, or in Brazil, and I could point a phone at a disease on the crop I'm growing, I don't need to know the name of the disease. I can't pronounce it anyway. But if I could know that disease equal to that insecticide from my cooperative for $3, that's priceless, right? That's small AI at work for a farmer. I saw it in Uttar Pradesh.
The organization used both platforms to announce its upcoming participation at the United Nations Second World Summit for Social Development in Doha. The discussions underscored Africa's growing role in redefining the global narrative on technology, probing that innovation from the continent is not only transformative but deeply human-centered. Destiny Mama for Business Day Television News. Semaphore Foundation, a 501c3 international non-governmental organization in partnership with the United Nations and World Bank,
of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is the news update with you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, NGX Group market capitalization surged 37.7% to 141.75 trillion naira. FIRS imposes 10% withholding tax on short-term investment interest. FG secures 700 billion naira to deploy 1.1 million meters by December 2025. And states to earn over 4 trillion naira yearly from VAT reforms. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Deborah Eze. The Nigerian Exchange Group recorded a 37.7% growth in market capitalization, rising to 141.75 trillion naira as of September 2025 from 102.94 trillion naira in the same period of 2024. Group Managing Director and CEO Temi Popola said the performance shows that the strength of Nigeria's capital market is tied to the strength of its community, emphasizing that inclusive growth is key to economic resilience. Through its social impact initiative, Project Bloom, launched in partnership with the Lagos State Government and the Health Emergency Initiative, NGX has supported over 200 children and 180 caregivers in underdeserved areas. Markets that thrive in harmony with society and the environment. And the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, has directed banks, stockbrokers, and other financial institutions to deduct a 10% withholding tax on interest earned from short-term securities, ending years of exemption that previously encouraged investor participation. The directive, which covers treasury bills, corporate bonds, promissory notes, and bills of exchange, mandates the tax be deducted at the point of payment. However, interest on federal government bonds remains exempt. FIRS noted that investors would receive tax credits for the amounts withheld unless the deduction is classified as a final tax. FIRS Chairman Zach Adedeji stressed that the measure, backed by the Companies Income Tax Act and the 2024 withholding tax regulations, aims to improve tax compliance and boost revenue. While the new rule could alter the attractiveness of short-term investment, the FIRS said it ensures transparency and protects taxpayers.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. Still on the news update and still on the Nigerian scene, the chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, has projected that Nigerian state could earn over 4 trillion naira yearly from 2026 when the new value-added tax, VAT, reforms takes effect. Speaking at the launch of the Budget State of State 2025 report, he said state VAT share would rise to 55%. The budget report showed that 21 states still rely on federal allocations for over 70% of the revenue. Oyedele cited Enugu's 381% IGR growth and Bayelsa's 174% increase as signs of progress. On debt, he warned that states still owe over 1.2 trillion naira to pensioners and contractors, while reporting a 2 trillion naira drop in domestic obligations and a $200 million fall in foreign loans, with 31 states cutting their debt. CBN Deputy Governor Muhammad Abdullahi advised digitizing revenue systems and adopting the Treasury single account. And moving on, National Coordinator of the Presidential Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain, Dr. Abdul Mokhtar, says Nigeria imports 99% of its medical devices, 70% of essential medicines, and 100% of vaccines, according to him. Speaking at the Span Innovation 2025 conference, Mokhtar said this heavy dependence is unsustainable for a nation of over 250 million people. Mokhtar explained that the initiative launched in 2023 aims to boost local healthcare production by 70% by 2030, curb medical tourism, and create jobs across the pharmaceutical and laboratory science sector. He said the removal of tariffs and VAT on pharmaceutical inputs and equipment would lower production costs, enhance competitiveness, and improve access to essential medical products. SPAN President Dr. Kate Issa stressed the need for homegrown scientific solutions as she called on Nigerians to close the innovation gap. And away from that story, Universal Insurance PLC has reported a strong performance for the 2024 financial year, with profits before tax rising 291% to 2.01 billion naira and gross written premium up 64.5% to 15.3 billion naira. Insurance revenue climbed 72% to 13.8 billion naira, while insurance service results rose to 2.79 billion naira from 1.54 billion naira. The company's total assets grew to 20.3 billion naira, up from 15.7 billion naira in 2023, and shareholders' fund increased to 1.2 billion naira. Managing Director Dr. Jeff Duru said the firm remained optimistic despite economic challenges, while highlighting key priorities for 2025 aimed at maintaining growth momentum. Duru added that the company would adopt a prudent, diversified investment approach to safeguard assets, preserve capital, and sustain portfolio growth. And National Nigeria PLC posted a strong rebound in third quarter 2025, recording a 39.6 billion naira pre-tax profit from 2.9 billion naira loss in 2024. For the first 9 months of 2025, profits before tax rose to 127.96 billion naira, reversing a 255.38 billion naira loss a year earlier. Revenue grew 17.5% to 303.4 billion naira, driven by strong sales of Milo, Maggi, Cerelac, and Golden Morn. Gross profit jumped at 29% to 101.9 billion naira, helped by better cost control and efficient operations. Higher logistics and marketing costs slowed operating profit growth to 6.6%. However, the biggest boost came from a 77.6% drop in finance costs due to lower FX losses and reduced debt. Despite still having negative equity, Nestle's balance sheet improved sharply to minus 19.7 billion naira from 92.3 billion naira last year, showing a solid recovery. And still to come, African Development Bank set to expand lending as capital buffers rise. This and more after this commercial break. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa, where S&P Global Ratings say African regional development banks are stepping up to fill financing gaps as stronger capital buffers and new framework expand their lending capital or capacity. In its Supranationals 2025 special edition, S&P noted that institutions like the African Development Bank, East African Development Bank, and BADA are becoming more central to stabilizing economies and funding infrastructure and climate projects. The ratings agency said updated frameworks could boost risk-adjusted capital ratio by about 10%, unlocking up to $800 billion in new lending capacity. The AFDB has maintained its AAA rating, expanding its portfolio to $27 billion, while BADA plans to disburse about $18 billion between 2025 and 2029. S&P says hybrid capital tools and exposure exchange deals are helping these lenders stay resilient amid tighter global financing conditions. And Senegal's international bonds fell on Tuesday after Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko announced plans to lower electricity and fuel costs. The move has sparked investor concern over the country's fiscal outlook as talks with the International Monetary Fund continues. The 2028 Eurobond dropped 2 cents to 82.88, while the $2033 bond slid 1.43 cents to 69.32 cents on the dollar. The IMF, currently in Dakar for discussions on a new lending program, has urged Senegal to phase out energy subsidies to strengthen its budget position. Analysts say Sonko's decision could increase subsidy costs just as the government faces pressure to rein in spendings. Senegal's debt to GDP ratio has climbed above 100% after previously undisclosed obligations came to light, prompting the IMF to freeze its $1.8 billion program last year. We now head to the foreign scene where nearly 42 million Americans are at risk of losing food assistance as the U.S. government shutdown drags into second longest stretch in history. Funding for the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, or SNAP, is set to lapse beginning Saturday, with Democrats and Republicans still blaming each other for the weeks-long budget stalemate. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has decided not to use its $5.5 billion emergency fund to cover part of November's benefits, a move that has deepened division in Congress. Democrats say the agency is legally required to release the funds, accusing the Trump administration of using hunger as a political bargaining chip. But Republicans argue Democrats are to blame for repeatedly blocking a stopgap bill to reopen government. The White House has not commented on the issue as millions of low-income households face uncertainty over their next round of food aid. India and China have agreed to strengthen dialogue and manage tensions along their disputed Himalayan border following new high-level military talks. Both sides said they will continue using existing mechanisms to resolve any ground issues and maintain stability along the frontier. The meeting held on the Indian side last Saturday marks the latest effort to build trust since a 2024 pact aimed at easing tensions after the deadly 2020 border clash that left 20 Indian and 4 Chinese soldiers dead. Since that agreement, the two countries have resumed direct flights and boosted trade and investment flows. During Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to China in August, Indian President Xi Jinping reaffirmed that India and China are development partners, not rivals, and pledged to deepen cooperation despite global economic headwinds. Up next is sport news after this break.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to sports, where Celtic have begun their search for a new manager following the sudden resignation of Brendan Rodgers. Among the early candidates are Kieran McKenna, Ange Postecoglou, and Craig Bellamy. I beg your pardon. Former boss Martin O'Neill and Sean Maloney are currently handling first-team duties on an interim basis. Reports say the club had already identified potential targets for summer change, but Rodgers' early departure has accelerated the process. Celtic are believed to be interested in speaking with Postecoglou about a possible return, though it's unclear if the Australian is ready to re-enter management so soon after leaving Nottingham Forest. Ipswich Town coach Kieran McKenna is also a strong contender, but with his contract running until 2028, Celtic may need to pay around £5 million in compensation. And to end the news, former Arsenal midfielder Paul Merson says Chelsea's lack of experience is a major reason behind their inconsistent Premier League form. Speaking after the 2-1 defeat to Sunderland at Stamford Bridge, Merson said Enzo Maresca's young squad struggled to close out games, but has the talent to thrive in cup competitions. Chelsea, currently ninth in the league, faced Wolves in the Carabao Cup on Wednesday, a match crucial for maintaining confidence and momentum. He added the Blues are not yet built to win the Premier League, urging Maresca to focus on cup success and securing a Champions League spot next season. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Yes, this is bdtv and this is Industry Focus, where we give you updates on various industries, both home and abroad. Now it gets better because local and global, hence identifying the pros and cons of several industries and its economic business value. All this coming your way. We do that right here every Tuesday on bdtv, and the show is called Industry Focus. To add to that, plus how it affects the GDP of Nigeria, lives of Nigerians across the globe. In relative to the rest of the world, you come to us when you need all this information, so that way you stay informed about the industry around your locale. So welcome again. It is Industry Focus. Right here, we have 3 segments coming your way. 1, quote of the day on the emerging idea of AI industry in Africa. We also have in the building someone who understands how AI and tech can add value to everything that you do. Speaking about finding the right partner, you want to find out who he is. You don't want to touch that dial, you get to know. And by the way, his name is Dare Olatoye. I'm giving full details about him. We'll be talking about the AI industry, a new engine for business growth in Africa. And after that, we do have Deal or No Deal. We hear that the Nigerian government launches AI government campus to train civil servants in artificial intelligence. And after that, we do have retrospect coming your way, but if we do have time, we'll take it. All this coming your way. I am Onyeka Valentine. Be right back. This is Industry Focus, BDTV. Welcome back. AI sounds very interesting, but wait until you hear our discourse and you might take notes to help you kickstart your own journey with AI. So let's jump straight up into our quote of the day so you don't miss anything. Our quote of the day, straight up, is clear. It says, the consequences of AI going wrong are severe, so we have to be proactive rather than reactive. I'll take it again in case you're missing it. It says, the consequences of AI going wrong are severe, so we have to be proactive rather than reactive. Not my words, but words of the billionaire Elon Musk. You can go check that out and see more about AI and how he's using AI to power all his ideas. Of course, like you know, it's no news that Elon Musk is the tip of the spear when it comes to technology, when it comes to hovering across the globe, seeing what's happening in outer space. Talking about SpaceX. Great industry it is. All right, so let's jump straight up into our second segment where we have our guest standing by, most definitely. I'll run this so you know that you don't make a mistake. Our guest today is someone who, in many ways, has come across the idea of business development and has succeeded in merging a lot of families, creating that, far away loved one and bring them together with ideas, right? And apps that are beyond our imagination. The number one man who made it possible that you can find your soulmate by simply clicking an app. And all that is part of technology. But how is that changing the world? How is AI even making more interesting so that you don't miss a thing? Mr. Dare Olatoye, right? Make no mistake, is a business development expert, a seasoned entrepreneur, and the CEO and co-founder of True Flutter. When you talk about finding a loved one, maybe AI can help you make that happen. But before we go any further, today we're going to unfold and unveil how AI is changing the world when it comes to industries in different places around the world and probably Africa, rather specifically Africa, where we are, reaching you from Nigeria. This and many more. Help me welcome my guest, Mr. Dare Olatoye.
Yeah.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I hope I was able to give a robust information about you.
Oh, yeah.
Such that our viewers will now say, okay, let them sit up and get ready for this.
Thank you. Yeah, you did.
Okay. Welcome to our studio, BDTV. Your first time here.
Yes,
we always allow our guests to feel a bit more, relaxed. It's not a fire session. Rather, it's the brainstorming session.
Definitely.
They say the AI industry might take the world. Others have different opinions to that. So my question first and foremost is, what do you think about AI in Africa? Let me start with that.
Of course, AI in Africa, we're getting to a stage where I think compared to Silicon Valley and Asia, we're in an infant stage when it comes to AI compared to the other parts of the world. But in terms of AI, I see a lot of things it can do to the economy and also do to just maximizing income and increasing income in companies and also reducing operational costs in companies. So AI is pretty much very important in everything we do. And like I always tell my staff, there are a lot of things AI would not complain about and the human beings will complain about. So I feel that AI is here to stay, but we're in a certain AI race where every country is trying to outdo each other in terms of technology and in terms of building AI to better outperform each other.
Better to perform each other. At some point, some people will say that there's a big fear, just the way Elon Musk said that AI might take away jobs. But another point again, he's also said AI could improve jobs, that we should not be afraid. I don't know. It's something to worry about. But let's jump straight up into our major topics and questions that our guests, our viewers out there, sent to us. And I'm sure you'll converse with some. This one here says, and we talk about business application, right? As an engine for growth, what is the most impactful way that AI industry is directly helping Nigerian businesses right now to increase their revenue or reduce their cost?
First of all, increase revenue. Second of all, operational cost, reduces operational cost. Right now, you have AI agents that you can speak to. You can create AI agents in companies where you have like head of sales, head of marketing, head of development, and they're all AI agents, and you speak to all of them and you communicate with them. But the good thing about that is that you don't pay salaries for those kind of guys.
Which is it good for some young people who are looking for jobs?
There's also an upside to it. So first of all, you don't pay salaries. Second of all, they work 24 hours a day without complaints. So there's no day, they don't take days off. So for instance, if you're a client, if you're a customer, you're trying to use any service, those guys, the AI agents will be able to reach out to you immediately. And the good thing about AI agents is that you speak to them and you don't even know you're speaking to AI agents. They just sound like human beings. So in terms of operational cost, it reduces operational cost. That would definitely increase the revenue of the company. And the company will make more revenue. And of course, in other aspects, it even adds to the GDP of the government, because you pay more taxes, right, through that if you make more revenue. And the government also benefits from that too.
The government benefits from that. That for me gives more room for more people to now say they want to really look into this. Young businesses, people who ordinarily might just think their companies might not last another 10 years. But with AI emergence, there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Yes, it is.
Okay. We have our guest in the building, right? So don't get it twisted. He's someone who is seasoned when it comes to tech and ideas on how to make sure your business runs properly. We have more questions. This other one here again says, and it's under competitiveness now. It says competitive advantage for Nigerian businesses looking to gain edge like True Flutter. In case you guys don't know, he's also the CEO and founder of True Flutter. Let us know about True Flutter first before we go ahead.
So True Flutter is a dating app that I think I'm the first founder of a dating app in Nigeria.
Right.
And we started True Flutter a couple of years ago with the essence of connecting people looking for love and looking for relationships that would also transition to marriage. And ever since we started, we've had over 300 million matches, we've had over 150 weddings. Yes, over 300 million matches and over 150 weddings. Right now, we're ranked number 3 after Tinder and Bumble in Africa in terms of ratings on Sensor Tower. So we were extremely passionate about it. When we started, I just said, okay, we're a solution providers. Let's create a solution for a problem. And if you notice, in any place you go to, any church or anywhere, you see you see a lot of single people looking for genuine relationships, and that's why we decided to solve that problem of connecting people around the world.
Yeah. So where do we see AI, right, playing a major role and in return helping the GDP of the country, helping Nigeria to grow, Africa to see that? Of course, they say Nigeria is the big brother of Africa, and people say the giant of Africa.
Exactly.
But others might think otherwise. But can we see that AI can keep us in the map and keep us there, remain there, and people get to see us that way?
Exactly. Yeah. So I think Nigerians need to be educated that AI systems that are built in the Western world, they're really there to solve their own problems. So for we as Africans and we as Nigerians, we should be able to build AI systems that cater to our own needs, our cultural nuances, and solving Nigerian problems and African problems, because there are different terrains, different business terrains. So they're different. So the applications of the kind of AI systems they would use in Nigeria or use in Africa will be way different. So what would make us stand out is be able to address the issues we have in Nigeria and use AI to solve those problems. And the thing about AI is that AI would amplify your productivity. AI will amplify your productivity, amplify your income, amplify your revenue, and it just makes life definitely much better.
Makes life much better. Is it possible that as it makes life more better, that people don't lose their jobs? Because I'm thinking, so we'll be afraid of it.
So
I mean, sorry to cut you. I mean, you are an employer of labor,
sure.
all right, and you have a lot of staffs under you. If today, this is a big question.
It is a big question, yeah.
AI answers 50% of the problem, would you still be obliged to say, I still want to employ 1 or 2 people, you know, get food on their table as they bring service?
Definitely, yes. That's a wonderful question. And I see that some of the people that work with me have been feeling a bit jittery because of what we're building now in terms of the AI systems we're building. But I always told them something. Try and expose yourself to the information, to equip yourself. Because we're in a certain age, AI age, and you can learn these things in a matter of weeks, how to build AI agents in a matter of weeks. So try and equip yourself with that knowledge so you won't be redundant. Equip yourself so you know you can add value to the company. And I understand the fact that people will lose jobs, but a lot of people can generate a lot of revenue from learning how to build these agents to help them even be more productive in the company. So yes, so I know a lot of people will be scared, but this is also a point in time where people are making a ton of money just by creating these AI agents. We've gone into a certain point where if you're knowledgeable about AI, you'll be able to create solutions that would bring a lot of revenue. So for us in the company, yes, we're not laying off staff, but we just try as much as possible to equip them to be able to know how to use these AI agents to best serve the company and make sure we're more like profitable and more like bigger than where we are now.
Okay, bigger than where you are right now. We want to see people get bigger and bigger, and then create more employment base for people. Yes. We have young graduates chunking out of universities, and they're looking for the right opportunities. Some of them come to Lagos without even knowing where they want to go to. But like when they see opportunities, and they go with them, they hope that it will create like a springboard for them. Hopefully, AI doesn't take away these things.
No, it won't.
It won't. All right. The words of Mr. Dari, someone who understands what it's like to put one-on-one together to create something far better than 2. You understand what I mean? All right, we'll go to that very soon. But let's take a quick break. When we come back, we do have one more question to throw at him. And also, we have deal or no deal. And after that, we have retrospect. Don't touch it. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It is still BusinessDay TV, bdtv. We are Onyeka Valentine, and this is Industry Focus. We've been talking about the benefits of AI, pros and cons, and how it's adding a lot of value to Africa, and of course, how it can grow the GDP of Nigeria. We might not have gotten there yet, but like they say, Rome was built in a day. My guest, Mr. Dari, we're talking about how AI can obviously help young people still keep their jobs if they work hard enough and become, far more active rather than being redundant.
Exactly.
Can this spell out to other areas regarding, like for instance, right now, we know that the government is working on a particular plan to make sure that civil servants are updated with AI. Now, this segment's called Deal or No Deal. Now, they say that, and again, this is from Dr. Boson, he's the Minister for Information Tech and all that stuff. And they want to build something in such a way that they can teach civil servants on how to be far more updated and know how to use AI. Is this a deal or no deal?
Of course, it is a deal. And I heard this.
That's picture of him there discussing with Bill Gates.
Oh, really? It is a deal, and I just heard this for the first time today. And this is the same thing that the Dubai government is doing. So for all the government workers in Dubai, it's compulsory for you to take AI courses for free. The government will pay the fees for you to learn AI courses. So that's, and that's, I think maybe that's where he got it from. I don't know. But it's compulsory in Dubai for you to learn AI courses, to be able to equip yourself, and the government pays for that. So definitely it's a deal, because we've gotten to this age where AI is growing at a phenomenal exponential rate, and we just need to be on top of things when it comes to AI. And of course, we can't do it the old way. We can't do the old ways where we used to. I mean, you can't be as productive as now.
Right.
So if you want to be productive now, you need to be able to implement that as a government worker. So yes, it's a deal for me. It's a deal for me.
So it's a deal. I have to shake your hand at this point. It's important. Whenever I have my guests, I tell them it's a deal. I shake your hand. But I've had guests who have said it's not a deal, and I wonder what do I do? What do I do when they say it's not a deal? But you said it's a deal. We have an audio to play, right? We have a video, not even an audio. We have a video, and it is some event that took place in South Africa, right? This we're talking about how AI can change a lot of things. I know we have it, but we'll have play very soon. Now the question is, with this particular video, if we have our own Nigerian tech ideas, right? Can we have more conference talk about it? If so, where do you see us going from there? Can those conferences help people to see clearly? Because we have one in South African guys. Let's take a look at it first and foremost. We'll come back to this.
We are here this morning to unveil the Premier Africa Artificial Intelligence Summit.
The moment you go out of your house, there is always an artificial intelligence problem that is waiting to be solved. Together we can forge a way in which we can be able to utilize artificial intelligence, not only to solve our daily challenges, but to impact societies.
We are there.
Right, so that was a clip from an event that took place in Africa, right? We probably have gotten the full detail, but what happened there was they were talking about how they will use AI to be less dependent on the rest of the world. Now I didn't see any Nigerian there. I'm thinking, aren't we supposed to be inclusive in these things? As someone who is very, very, knowledgeable when it comes to employing people and of course building businesses, do you see it as a minus? Shouldn't we have been there?
But we should be there. We should have been there. We should, anything that would like I always say, my own ethos is anything that will give me more knowledge, make me more knowledgeable in terms of the field I'm in. I always want to be at a certain spot or a certain conference or a certain place. So yes, Nigeria should have been there. There's an upside to learning from other people and also sharing ideas with other countries in terms of what they do and also what we do, and see how we can also implement the things that they know. We don't know it all, right? And there are other people in other parts of Africa that they're quite good at what they do. So we should have been there where we'll come to a round table, discuss the things that would also make us more developed when it comes to AI. But like I said at the beginning, we're still far behind Silicon Valley and Asia, and we have a long way to go. But the best way to be able to grow at an exponential rate is being able to work together and be able to collaborate together with other countries.
Collaborate together and work with other countries. I will say you said it all, but I know that we cannot exhaust everything because we still have to come back, to have you come talk about other areas and see how we can pick your brain in these areas. Because, hey, truth be told, like they say, industries can never be enough if you want to grow the GDP and the size of a country when it comes to the economy and everything. But before you go, we have a final one here. And this one, quite important. It is about the true vision. And it says the future vision. And it says, looking forward, what does a mature, successful AI industry in Africa should look like in, say, 5 years? And then what role specifically do you think that True Flutter can play when it comes to this? Because AI is going to be massive. And we know that with all this thing coming up, at some point, conferences will come, right? Seminars will come. Right? Are we looking at something that you're going to have to throw in those seminars if it's not happening already? Right? And what are the packages? What are the ideas that we should expect?
From us?
Yes, from line of AI and coming from you.
Oh, so coming from True Florida, we're launching something next month. It's the state of the art, never been done anywhere in the world. It's called conventional AI Prime. It's called True Florida Prime, where you'll be speaking with an AI agent, and the AI agent will be looking for a match for you, so you don't have to do the heavy lifting.
How would that work?
You speak with the agent, tell the agent what you want, who you are looking for, the kind of person, the kind of height of the person you're looking for, and the AI agent just gets back to you and sends you matches based on your recommendations. Now you don't have to take 1 or 2 minutes to fill your profile on a dating app. You just speak to our agent, and the agent does that for you, finds matches based on you. And if you don't even like the matches that the agent sends, you speak to the agent again. So I think you need to do some tweaks here and there in terms of what your search. Maybe you should like expand your search. And the AI said, okay, I'll get back to you. And that's what you know. So this is not done anywhere in the world, and this is what we're launching next month. And the reason why is that when we built True Further, we wanted to be at the forefront of dating in Africa. But right now, we're taking it a step further to be forefront of dating in the world, where we'll build something that is phenomenal and something that other guys haven't built. So we're launching that next month. And I feel that it's going to put us on the map in terms of AI conventional, like dating when it comes to AI, because we'll be the first in the world to do that. We're also Nigerians and we're also Africans, and the spotlight will be shown on us as founders in Africa. So it's something phenomenal, something I'm looking forward to, and I feel we're going to add a lot to the industry in terms of what we do. And of course, since we're already, and we built it ourselves, no external developers, we built it ourselves, myself and my co-founder, we built it ourselves. So it's not like we paid anybody outside to build it for us. So it's something that we learned. And that's why I said that you can learn this thing in months and be good at it. It's something we learned this year. We learned how to build this year, and we built something really phenomenal.
Something really phenomenal. You know, there's a song that goes that way, like something similar phenomenal. I can't remember what it is now, but I remember because you're a hip hop head also.
Yeah.
All right, we can go on and on and on, but of course, like this, time is of the essence. We have something else coming up. I want to thank you so much, Mr. Jare, for coming through. You've opened our eyes to AI and how AI can help us become far more better. And of course, what to expect in the future for those people who just joined us right now. And there was a part where you said deal or no deal. That is a deal for federal government to now say it is time to train our civil servants to become AI inclined. Thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. All right, you guys have heard him all. You know, when it comes to everything that has to do with industry, we answer those questions. But if you want to catch more business, stay with us. bdtv. Onyeka Valentine's my name. It's wonderful having you guys watch us. Don't go anywhere. This has been wonderful with us.
Lagos in 2025. Some of the brightest minds in finance, banking, investments, and innovation gathered for a night of celebration and recognition. The occasion was the prestigious Banks and Other Financial Institution Awards, the BAFI Awards, organized by BusinessDay Media to honor the visionaries shaping Nigeria's economic future. From the red carpet to the main stage, the ambience was vibrant, filled with anticipation, applause, and the aroma of success. The evening celebrated those who had turned bold ideas into thriving enterprises and innovation into inclusion for millions of Nigerians. The awards highlighted one key message: leadership drives progress. Honorees and nominees were praised for transforming challenges into opportunities, financing small dreams, and redefining excellence through community empowerment and sustainability. OPay emerged a standout winner, bagging 3 awards, including Mobile Payment Solutions Provider of the Year.
I'm indeed excited to be here this evening and to have won 3 awards today. It just reflects that what we do is being seen And we also appreciate our millions of customers out there who we strive to serve. We listen to them and we come up with innovative solutions and products to serve our customers. And that is what we try to do as a fintech in solving the gap that we've noticed in the environment we find ourselves. And of course, trust and safety of funds is key. And that is why we invested so much in coming up with several security features that will give our customers a lot of trust that they can go to bed, that their funds are safe in OPay. And we have done that very well, and the feedback we get is quite impressive. And we, like, even getting this award today is indeed shows that we've done so well. So we thank BusinessDay, and we also thank our customers who we listen to. We thank our partners, and it's all about collaboration and partnership. OPay is always open to collaboration and partnership, and we are also open to work with other players in the financial services industry to see how we can jointly come up with more innovations to drive financial inclusion.
Coronation was named Best Registrars Company, while Zenith Bank took home the top honor as Bank of the Year.
Well, I feel good, very good actually. BusinessDay, an award from BusinessDay is a very good one. You know, this isn't the first time we've been here. We've received awards from BusinessDay several times in the past, and we're happy to see that we're very well recognized in the financial services industry.
So what are some of the steps that you think brought you to this juncture, receiving the BAFI Awards?
Service. We prioritize our clients. We always make sure our services are top-notch. Operationally, in the area of customer services overall, we serve the customers, so we always do everything we need to do to make sure we're at the forefront of that, and that's what brought us here today.
The awardees also applauded other winners and commended BusinessDay Media for recognizing excellence and driving growth in Nigeria's financial sector.
On behalf of my team, I want to say thank you once again for recognizing us, because it's a lot of hard work that has been put into this. And I can confirm to you that we feel rewarded for that work that has been done you know, in terms of our mobile application and in advancement of our digital payments technology. So we feel very good, really, and we're excited.
So what are some of the steps that have helped you to arrive at this title that you were given today?
Okay, it's been an interesting journey. We moved from our mobile application 2.0 to 2.1. We've been able to add over 200 features to that, and it took us a lot of work to get there because we needed to involve customer experience, gather data. We had a lot of tests done across different devices, different strata, different level of customers and users before we were able to revamp, and until we got to this stage. So it's been a lot of sleepless nights, really, if you understand, but it's rewarding today because we feel elated to have done this. And we give glory to God Almighty.
We at Lotus Bank continue to do the best that we can. Last year at the same event, we were honored with the award for Best Ethical Banking Leadership Award, and this year, you know, we're honored with the Best Ethical and Financial Inclusion Bank of the Year. So it's actually an honor. We are very grateful. We continue everything we try to do. We continue to do it for our customers and continue to ensure that all of our processes and customer experience services are always top-notch. So it's an honor, and we really appreciate BusinessDay for this award.
Well, it feels surreal because we've put in a lot of work, a lot of hard work, grunt work, especially the people at the tech department, the marketers, the product development officers and managers. It's been a lot of work. Everybody, the board itself has been very supportive. So just even getting nominated, it was a gratifying moment. It showed that people could see We thought we were working in silence. We thought that, well, let's keep working in the next 2-3 years. And then the recognition came. And the recognition is disruptor, digital payments disruptor. And somebody said, disruptor, isn't that negative? I said, no, it's not negative. What it's saying is, watch out for these people. So it's humbling, it's gratifying, it's satisfying, and it simply says there's a lot more work to do. So we cannot rest.
Any recognition just makes us want to do more, so we feel good about it.
So, Providence Bank came in and changed the game. You're going to agree with that. For SMEs especially, and for people who want to just find a bank that they trust. So, what are some of the steps that you took that led you to, receiving this award this night?
Okay, so we had a deliberate strategy. We start by accepting the fact that the SMEs are very important for economic growth, and we have to find a way to support them. We have deliberate strategy to support them. We have 4 areas that we look into. The first one, we do capacity development, where we bring them together, train them, do their working, and then we also give them access to finance. We also introduce them to opportunity to get funding, equity funding, so other than finance, which is bank loan, just people who are happy to put equity investment to help them grow. And then we give them access to markets as well. So these are the 4 areas that we help them. But that's in addition to the various products that we give them, like POS, what we call VPS. This to just make it easy for them to collect payments all the time.
I feel recognized, I feel honored, and I'm very happy.
So, what are some of the steps that helped you to get to this moment where you're receiving this award this night?
I believe this is all about leadership, and leadership isn't about doing it entirely on your own. Leadership is being able to harness the powers, the talents within the team, and ensuring everybody pulls their weight. And at the end of the day, we all get the results, and well, maybe someone takes the shine on behalf of everybody. But it all speaks to the fact that at the end of the day, we all win, and we all get something done. So
we are very excited. I'm very, very proud of the award, because this is a result of hard work, resilience, and professionalism in the market. Iron Global, what we are set for is to distinguish ourselves as one of the best issuing houses offering financial advisory services in Nigeria and across Africa. And in the last 4 years, at least, we've proved to the world that we have the competence, we have the capacity and the capability to do a very good job. And that has shown in over 20 transactions that we've done in the last 4 years.
What are some of the steps that you took to arrive at this juncture of receiving this award?
Well, kudos to our board, who comprises of men of distinct professionalism and high level when it comes to competence and understanding of the market. And what we stand for is quality, right away from the board to the management. And that has shown in everything we have done. We've been able to offer the best of service to our customers. And that has led to, deals upon deals, and here we are today. This is one of the rewards of good job.
I'm glad it meant that we're doing something good in the industry. I would say thank you and shout out to our clients that really believe in us and believe in our expertise, what we have to deliver. As a private wealth and trust service firm, it's important that at the forefront of our business, we keep our customers in mind, how to support them, set up structures that can, be formidable to warehouse their asset, manage it, and then help them distribute when the time comes to their beneficiaries seamlessly. So yes, to our clients, thank you.